So you think you know Wix.
Stop him here. Stop him here. Okay, Billy Blanco from the belongs to the club. Just like that. Be over, man. Fucking history books, that's what you are, man. So you might as well fucking kill me now. Never should you get it. Fucking kill you. It's your boy, Scotty Soul.
The harsh realities of life are taking toll. Even Jesus Christ forsake my soul. Please tell me what price to pay to make it whole. Take control. I'm making dope, but not enough to blow. J.O.'s, they lost my flow, but they yo. I don't trust the soul. That's all I know we need to. These evil streets will meet you halfway. You need you. Alive trying to survive illegal. I leave you lost. Mount you on the cross. Whip you like a horse. Sacrifice your life to a higher force. And I'll stomp your corpse. It's the Bronx, of course. Recognize the accent. One of the last living, still in action. General assassins. Catching any rack. Blasting any text. Smashing any chest. Passing any test. Charles Manson in the flesh. Any last request before you meet your maker. So with your reaper, wake up. Shaking up a storm like Anita Baker. I'll take it straight to hell to fill your heart with hate. Incarcerate your fate. Satan's fiery lake. Then I lock the gate. Make no mistake, this shit is real as Joe. We follow the killer's code. When we come for you, tell me where will you go? Nowhere to run high to find you and silence your screams. And even if you kill me, you'll still be in your fucking dreams. You ain't a killer. You're still learning how to walk. From New York to Cali, or the real niggas carry chalk. Mark you for death. Won't even talk that he's the best crap from watch the left rack. It ain't where you're from. from is where you get. Grave mistake, shouldn't have come here, you changed your fate. Your brains will make the debut on the table when I raise the stakes. The pain is great, but only for a second. It starts strong, the lessons just when you rested. The Armageddon sets in, left them with so much stress. Yes. Blessed them with no regrets. Yes. Welcome to hell, son, the threshold of death. Face the serpent, I place your person, you get laced for certain. Even takes no trace to work from close the case to curtains. I'm hurting, head severely, really trying to bring the pain. There's nothing more satisfying than when you crying, screaming my name. It's not a game, it's purple rain, floods of bloodstains. Big one's my thug's name, busting my guns, that's my love thing. Slick the shark vein and snatch your Adam's apple. So I'm at and tackle your corpse, I hoist it on a cross at the tabernacle. That'll have to hurt, I work your body till it bursts. The curse to vida, like a brujeria verse. I'm worse than anything you ever been through. Sick in the head and mental, essentially meant to be. The soul threat against you. When you awaken, your manhood will be taken. Faking like you Satan when I'm the rhyming abomination. You ain't a killer, you still learning how to walk. From New York to Cali, all the real niggas carry chalk. Mark you for death, won't even talk that he's the West crap. From watch the left rack, it ain't where you're from, it's where you at. You ain't a killer, you still learning how to walk. From New York to Cali, all the real niggas carry chalk. Mark you for death, won't even talk that he's the West crap. From watch the left rack, it ain't where you're from, it's where you at. To analyze which guys are spies, be advised, people. We recognize who lies, it's all in the eyes, Chico. We read them and see them for what they are. These are undercover cars, taking my picture like I'm a fucking star. I'm up to par, my game is in a smash. $500,000 in the stash, last but with the gas, first name and last. Ask anybody if my men are rowdy. Give me the mini shot in your body and they get for a penny probably. I'm obligated to anything if it's crime related. If it's shine, I'll take it. Still in my prime and I finally made it. I hate the fact that I'm the last edition. Robbing your stats magician. Could have went to college and been a mathematician. Bad decisions kept me out the game. Now I'm strictly out for cream. Doing things to fiends I doubt you ever dreamed. My team's the meanest thing you ever seen. Measured by the heavens kings down to the devil's mezzanine. I've never screamed so loud. I'm proud to be alive. Those heads stop at 25 and catch you quick 3 to 5. Should be advised. The streets full of surprises. It's not the who's the livest. When the survivors, who's the wise? You ain't a killer. You still learning how to walk. From New York to Cali, all the real niggas carry chalk. Mark you for death. Won't even talk that he's the West crap. From watch the left rack. It ain't where you're from. It's where you at. You ain't a killer. You still learning how to walk. From New York to Cali, all the real niggas carry chalk. Mark you for death. Won't even talk that he's the West crap. From watch the left rack. It ain't where you're from. It's where you at. You ain't a killer. Ain't a killer. Ain't a killer. Ain't a killer.
I need some mental strength on the lead. Come on, man. Yeah. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Hey, remember me? Benny Blanco from the Bronx?
Ain't no hard feelings, Khalifa. But I gotta think about my future too. Come on, let's go.
Nah, you stay here.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We're going to be watching some of my favorite news channels, starting with Days of Noah. You know, let's see what he's got popping. You know, this is one of the main inspirations for this channel. Let's see what it is. You know, Days of Noah. I'm a huge fan. Let's see what he's got.
This idea of significance of Tucker and Weinstein operation of derailment, the body, because when we think of convid, when we think of that whole period, we can't deny the instrumentalization and utility of the body.
You know what I don't get is how he gets away with talking about it so much. He talks about nanotechnology and the you know, the virus shit, you know, but we're not even allowed to talk about that. The one time I talked about it, my video got flagged. So I just think it's interesting. He goes on video for video talking about this shit. I don't know how the fuck he get away with it, honestly. He got one of the biggest channels on the YouTube, honestly.
When we think of things like biopolitics, biosecurity, these concepts that were presented to the entire population during this period in a way that it's never been presented before. Okay, it was an initiation, an introduction to a new type of biosecurity state, a new body politic through biopolitics. Okay, you are now judged and perceived by the condition of your biology, mainly your body and biological states. Disease as the tool, right, to control, to direct, right? All of our behaviors were directed and controlled over a period of time based on some idea of our biological states. And when I think of Weinstein and his gamification, his technology, especially his connection to microbiology and how that fits directly in the NBIC, it's something we have to consider because, it makes sense why these guys are now coming out saying all of these questionable things and all of these.
Okay, he's talking about Brett Weinstein and his brother Eric Weinstein, right? Biosecurity economy. Okay, he's talking about stakeholder capitalism and using your your social credit score and that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Stuff proposed by people like Curtis Yarvin in a different way, right? Patchwork. He calls it patchwork. What it is stakeholder capitalism, right? And they're trying to run it through well-being access through medical tyranny, running this matrix through the smart city shit, and they're already talking about plans. Obviously, people got wind of the plans. They're doing all sorts of complaining about it. So they're going to try to restructure the narrative in some sort of way, right?
These, conspiratorial ideas, because they're actually derailing the populations from what's actually happening and what's continuing to happen that is building off of the whole convid psyop. So I have here the body as game and the body as system. So now we're going to touch on body. Okay. From the body, we're going to go into the mind, and then we're going to finish up with the heart and spirit.
Oh shit, he's getting deep out here, yo. He's getting a little philosophical and a little metaphysical with this type of deal here. I like the definition of metaphysics, even though I don't believe in metaphysics as a science. I like the definition that somebody offered earlier, that it's where science and spirituality intersect. Right? That's always what it'll be. Right? Because you look at the metaphysics of the philosophers and its philosophical systems, okay, that are basically imagined, right? A house of cards, right? So I mean, it's interesting he's going about it looking at mind, body, heart, and spirit, right, as different ways that they can attack you in terms of parapsychology, right? They understand they got parapsychology in this bitch, or the Ions Institute shit. You guys could look it up. Institute of Noetic Sciences, right? Anyways.
First, we're going to touch on the NBIC quickly here, just for definitions and just for evidence and proof. We don't just be making up stuff. These things are really happening, okay? And the general population have no idea about it. So what is the NBIC? Here I pulled a Springer link, and this is a handbook of science and technology convergence. The safe term for this is called converging technologies. It's this idea of certain types of technologies coming together.
Damn, sideways Stewie. This shit is deep as fuck. He said that it's trying to make a science out of hermetics. Yeah, that's pretty a physicalist science out of hermetics. Quantifying hermetics fantastically. Yeah, exactly. Man, I'm glad to have some smart people in the audience. I'm glad to have Cecil Drake. What's up, homie? What's up, dog?
Yo, hey, I just wanted to comment on your inquiry as to why people with such large channels are allowed to speak about
certain issues. Yeah,
certain issues. I think that might actually be by design, like these people to a certain level. Because you can get money if you have a YouTube channel. You can get money off of AdSense or donations or whatever. But I'm sure a certain portion of creators' income, certain creators, is YouTube steps to them and is like, okay, can you please cover this topic? We'll help you out with a share in YouTube or some type of compensation. you know? And they're basically these creators pretend to be following under the rules. Oh, I'm not going to say exactly. Oh, I'm going to speak in hobo code or what, you know, to make it look legit. But really, they're pushing certain agendas and putting certain ideas out there. If a lot of times for no other reason than just research, they're just trying to judge people's reaction to.
I was watching Cockboy Hotline last night on the Toilet Cuck channel, and even he was complaining about how many viewers are watching the Machine Lies. And I was like, motherfucker, you got 6K viewers. You're getting shouted out by Days of Noah, and you're concerned about who the fuck's watching the Machine Lies? Like, why? Like, why?
Yeah.
It just doesn't even make sense. Like, why would somebody like Cockboy Hotline even continue to watch this channel? Like, it's just like it's like the weird shit. It's like he's keeping tabs on like how many viewers I have while they're stream sniping me with the Toilet Bowl Earth fella. And meanwhile, he exposed the he's so proud of Days of Noah giving him a shout out when he exposed him being in a fucking commercial. You know what I mean? This shit is crazy. Days of Noah was in a TV commercial, folks. So the part of the reason why Days of Noah might have the type of viewership or he might be allowed to talk about certain issues is because he's literally being produced by higher ups. I'm not saying that that's what's happening. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, I would have to talk to him and get to know him and understand what's going on. I think I have comparable material on my channel covering the issue of technology, so I'm not going to like sit here and pander to like Days of Noah and try to get, you know, try to kowtow to people for like viewers and shit. But these guys were literally promoting the fact that they got shouted out by this guy. It's like you guys are a bunch of clout chasing faggots. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all that it is. But it's like,
and then, you know, there's also this need to perpetuate the e-drama. A lot of these people believe that continuing to with the e-drama is going to get them viewership because it appeals to that section of their audience that would watch a freaking talk show or whatever. I mean, whatever.
You're frozen as fuck, Holmes.
It's all good.
Yeah.
So I got multiple things running right now. That's probably why.
It's all good. I'm just letting you know that you're frozen just in case.
Right. But hey, one other thing that I just wanted to mention is since you're.
Oh shit! You dropped out, Holmes. By the way, you dropped out. You might want to shut your other devices. We got frozen. Cecil Drake, frozen in time. That boy got that virus. You guys ever seen that? Yeah, anyways. You know what I mean? Much love to everybody. Much love to Cecil Drake for joining. Oh, you're back. Shit, you're back. Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, I got a map. But I just wanted to mention real quick, there's this guy on Instagram that I follow. I just recently found him. It's called The Fucking News. And the guy who runs it is called Kellerman with a K, Kellerman. It's a pretty good news channel. Just saying. We're gonna go hit the Walmart here pretty soon.
Okay. I know. I fuck with Canary Cry News Network sometimes. You know, I fuck with Canary Cry sometimes. I fuck with Jimmy Dore sometimes. He be on shit sometimes. He be reporting on some good shit. That's another Jewish cat that sometimes, you know, he broke off with the Young Turks. But yeah, man, I mean, some of these people they're okay. You mean, but yeah, from what I've seen, you know, they give sensible news coverage at least. But yeah, Days of Noah definitely, you know, no lies detected on Days of Noah's platform. He sometimes does like to say that technology is not the problem because we live in a fallen world, but that's due to his own Christian mindset. You know, it's not really due to any type of misunderstanding about what's actually going on in the world. You know, on that point, I think Yo, there's some kind of clicking noise there. See, so I don't know what the fuck that is, but
Sorry.
it's some type of like, yeah. No, it's all good. I just didn't know what the fuck that was. But yeah.
No, you're good. You caught me leaving my blinker on or my turn signal on. So
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
good job.
Yo, I was like, what? It sounded like water dripping or something. I was like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, it's all good.
Through interdisciplinary research, development, and application.
Yeah, that's right. You got to be interdisciplinary nowadays. Otherwise, you're going to get trapped up in the rule of experts. You know, there's just too many different experts knowing about too much different information. If you don't do interdisciplinary research, that means that you're going to have to use adult education. Okay, it doesn't matter what your job is. Okay, you're going to have to learn for a living. Okay, about information, about philosophy and shit that's going on in the world, or else you're going to be ruled by these motherfuckers. That's just what's going on. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're going to have to do a little extra learning in today's world. Okay, it's not a probably a good choice to just go about like not doing any interdisciplinary studies and going about just thinking like, oh yeah, I could just get be a specialist in this or that field, you know, and just perform and just earn money and keep my head down and not worry about what's going on in the world. Well, you're not going to know what's in your food. You're not going to know where you're getting your information from. You're not going to know about the local shit that's going on in your town. You're not going to know about basic information about where the world's headed. You're not going to know what type of shit's going to be in the supermarket in the next fucking week. I mean, let's just be honest. You know, you got to keep your fucking head you know, up and your fucking eyes and ears open out here. I mean, it just is what it is. You know, you got two fucking, you know, ears and one fucking mouth. You know, you spend all day fucking talking and telling people your opinion about things, you know, and not listening and shutting the fuck up and paying attention to what's going on. You're going to be enslaved. You know what I mean? You're going to be a technological slave, okay? Living in today's world, because the world is run by experts and you couldn't possibly gain the type of information they have in order for them to perform the type of individual tasks that it takes for the upkeep of modern civilization. All right. And all of their tasks are interconnected, but we don't know how they're connected to each other. The more you learn about the relations between the different tasks that people perform, right? How the knowledge, the bits of knowledge is organized, right? You may not learn the content, but you learn how to contextualize information when you see it, right? Right? Because most of the symbols that they use to confuse people with, right? They're built off of layered, over layering, right? Contextualizing, but over contextualizing, right? Different layers of meaning, right? Onto one specific symbol so that they mimetically control you, right? They mimetically layer shit so that when you see a certain symbol, you confuse it for 10 other things. You get to relate it to 10 other things. Okay. Okay. This is how they use symbols to control your mind. They use relations between things, right? They introduce certain ideas to you so that as soon as you get the idea, you'll think about some other thing that is totally unrelated to, but they've trained you to think about it on cue. Right? Because if you could repeat it, right, by repetition, that's why you got to clean out your ears, clean out your eyes, clean out your, you know, your speech too. You got to watch what you say. Watch what the fuck you say. Okay, if you lie, you're putting curses on yourself, all right? If you go around fucking watching nonsense, spoon feeding ignorance into your fucking skull, it's bubble gum for your fucking brain. All right. That's what you're going to get out. That's what you're going to put out. You know, the more you dwell on higher pieces of knowledge, higher pieces of information, you know, if you read Shakespeare and Plato, or if you watch a fucking, live stream, you know, it's going to make a difference what the fuck you produce in life, you know, because, you know, they're obviously on different levels of information. Okay. Competing narratives, okay, are going to be in your head. One of them were used to structure time and space and culture and society, and the other ones are less than a footnote on the page of fucking history. All right, let's be honest here. Pay attention to shit that actually makes sense, and that's what you'll become. You know, you read shit that actually fucking makes sense, that's what you'll become. That's what you'll begin to inhabit. right? You're gonna sit there and fucking chew on this fucking bubblegum nonsense for your brain, spoon feeding yourself passive information. You know, you're gonna become an NPC because that is what you're taking in, this collective poison, right? The residue of thoughts of the masses, right? When you can go right to the source, why go to the things and the texts that have been there for centuries that made them fucking think the way they do today. Let's fuck with those for a change, right? But yeah, nobody's got time for the real shit. Just everybody wants to bitch and complain about how they're gossiping for their 40 viewers and how somebody else has fucking 20 viewers, and just watch the game play out. It's
Right.
like, all right, dude. All right.
Yeah.
You know?
And hey,
are you reading any good books lately? Like this is annoying. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's fucking obnoxious. But yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Machine, I just wanted to mention that when we were talking about the symbolism that is being impressed upon the masses and how it has multiple different meanings. If you notice, we had at one point the Pizzagate conspiracy about how supposedly there was like this underground ring of, you know, kid touchers and stuff like that. These people are using like spirals and pyramids as like hypnotic. Oh hey, 633. These people are using like spirals and like super common symbiology that's already implanted in the. There you go. In the human psyche, to try to normalize this shit or try to mass hypnotize people into thinking this shit is okay. You know, and this is kind of the stuff you need to like watch out. You know, like the symbol for Walmart is basically like a sunburst. Like, what exactly are we worshiping there when we go to Walmart? You know, and this common symbological language that is being impressed on the masses like all the time. Anyway,
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's going on, Holmes?
I'm just remembering back to when I was young, like 4th grade, and they were like showing us how the pyramids were built with like pulleys, and I was like looking around like, who the fuck believes this shit?
yeah.
Bad info in, bad info out.
Yeah, and now what? Roughly like 20 years later, all of a sudden they're talking about, oh yeah, by the way, that's total bullshit, and there's pyramids all over the planet. All right.
Yeah, you know, the mind is like a fucking well, and you know, you gotta stop the stream coming into the well in order to clean out the fucking debris of shit that get in there. You know, the 5 senses are like 5 streams going into the mind. And if you don't fucking stop that shit for a while and clean that shit out, you know, you're not going to be able to think clearly about shit. They're filling your mind with symbols, and those symbols are part of image capturing in space. You know, people used to memorize thousands of motherfucking lines of poetry. They used to have the capability to do that, because that used to be their entertainment. You used to sit by the fire and just have thousands of lines ready to go of stories and poems and shit. There wasn't no motherfucking TV, but now they're filling your head with symbols as replacement for those things, icons and images as replacement for those stories and those traditions. So the more you fall prey to that, the less you fill your head with actual stories and traditions. You're going to be falling prey to all sorts of images and themes that are constructed for you to think certain ways. You know what I mean? That's not using your fucking head. That's literally having somebody think for you. You know what I mean? I'm just letting you know. You know what I mean? You may think, oh, I already know that, and you may still be consuming all this garbage. And then when I talk to you, you have no knowledge about anything, and you refuse to walk up here and tell people what truth you know. So it really doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? So you may disagree with me all you want, but there's no proof of your fucking disagreements anymore. Right? Unless you walk up here, you can debate the machine lies for free if you disagree with me. Right?
That's actually a pretty good service to offer. I heard that like way like some of the first entertainment ever was just debates, and like I don't know what you think about that, Machine, but that's what I heard, and I always thought that was an
Yeah.
interesting concept.
Oh yeah. I mean, that is what it is. You know, fuck parties. You know, I'm for getting high next to a fire and fighting about some shit that's important to all of us. You know what I mean, right? You know, start a well-intentioned fight, see the lies flout in defense. You know, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. I mean, go with what you know. Your path of knowledge is never going to be perfect. There's no perfect beginning to go and apply what you know. Today is the day to do that. Right now is the day to do that. Right? Go and apply what you know. Your game of knowledge is never going to be perfect because knowledge is infinite. Apply what you know today. Don't ask why if you know what's wrong. Stop waiting for some time where you're going to gain enough information or you have enough money or be enough of or fucking, you know, that's not it. If your family, if you really care about your family and friends, have them fight with you along your side in the process of gaining truth. And you know what I mean? If they can't really if they're just gonna get offended and just walk away or whatever, you know, they're not real. You know, this is what it is. You know, stick with people that are real. You know, that can service your hunger for truth, for what is fucking real in this world. You know what I'm saying, you know, I'm not saying walk away from people who disagree with you. No, you know, try to take as many people with you as you can. But if people reject you, wipe the dust off your feet and go move on to the next fucking person. You know, there's plenty of fucking truth to go around. All right. Day's not done. Okay. The day is not done. And there's nothing new under the sun. All right. So let's get it popping. You know what I mean? I'm on some real shit. You know, I'm tired of fucking around with these small hat, whatever the fuck it is, man. Small fucking peanut gallery. You know what I mean? Just, you got 21 viewers. Yeah, I'm restreaming my old shit. You're restreaming somebody else's shit and not even fucking commenting on it. You know what I mean? That's the true shit about it. Right? Let's not fucking play games here. I mean, right? Value for value. It doesn't matter who the fuck's watching it. It's what any one person can get on it on their own. You know, like what? How are you able to decide what impact something has on one fucking single person? Thousands of idiots watching nonsense, and it barely affects them. Come on. You know, human attention is the greatest source of energy and value on this planet. Okay, human attention is what produces every sort of value and intrigue and piece of knowledge and information that we have in this world. And what are we using it for? Right? How are we guiding this extremely valuable resource that we have? Right? You know, he who builds on the people builds on actual foundation. He who builds on rocks and mortar and fucking sand builds on fucking things that don't last.
I'd say a good place to start would be like thinking, don't participate with the system as much. I mean, obviously that's obvious, but like, you know, people don't, you know, their cups get too full, and then they can't even take in sometimes good information. And like me personally, like I'll just say like there was a year and a half where like every day, man, I had to meditate for like an hour, like, and then, you know, I got kind of tired of it at one point. Like I was like really trying to gain some insights, and but I trusted as well. Like I would just put the work in, and it would happen. And eventually that's true, you know. Yeah. You guys ever have like a fucking like this happened to me one night where like, and everyone, I guarantee a lot of people feel like this at times, but you know, the stresses of, you know, I guess how hard it is for somebody to breathe and feel truly like secure. I don't know, man. I had this one experience one night where like I said, I actually, is weird. I saw like two shooting stars, and I remember just thinking like, I just want to know more about the universe. That's it. And I went back to this person's house, and then like I just grabbed some of the best tasting weed I ever had. I wish a bag of that would come back around. But yeah, I just remember like I do remember it was my breath that got me to this one point where like I just heard like this ringing, and I thought it was like one of those things where like, you know how sometimes you could like hear it, electricity in the like the wall or something, like, you know, like if someone turns a light on, you can like you could like hear something like a little. So I thought it was something like that, and like it just kept getting louder and louder. And I'm like, eventually I realized like, whoa, the sound is like coming from me somehow. and and then like, dude, something happened, man, where like it was just some sort of trance thing, or like I've been told by someone it was called phase that I was practicing somehow. But yeah, man, it was like for 3 hours, like I felt more like myself than I had in like 10 years. It was like the weirdest, most awesome feeling. And yeah, there's other stories I could talk to about that, but I just want to say
Oh
it
yeah.
definitely has to do with your breath. I remember because I was like, I gotta remember how to get back here. Like, yeah.
Yes, that shit. Like I'm about to experience it recently because I know, because it happens to me every Ramadan, you know, because I'll be praying, I'll be fucking reading chants and shit, I'll be fucking just no TV, no music, no nothing, just like prayers and shit. It'll be like fasting and shit. So all the shit will be coming out of your fucking body. You know, all of a sudden you'll be like, you know, your brain will get to a weird place, you know, that like, you know, your body will get to a weird place where there'll be no effect, like no weed, like no food, like no sugar, like no nothing. And like, you know, it's almost like the bad shit in your body will start screaming out. It'll be like, "Ah!" You know, like fuck, like what? Please, like feed us some of that garbage again, so that we can live, you know, in this fucking vessel. You know, the demons will start screaming out. Like halfway through that shit, it'll be like, oh shit, like you'll start really cutting out, you know, and yeah, that's when yeah, you start getting those special thoughts. You know, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? You know, you sit in the temple, you just fucking, there's nobody. There's just a priest. There's like a couple people. You know, they haven't eaten anything. You know, everybody's praying. There's no cell phones, no TV, no garbage food, no nothing. And I don't even
Hey
open
man,
my
garbage
yeah,
needs some love too, you know.
yeah, yeah, that's with most Muslims. They're gonna open their fast with a banquet. You know, that's not me though. You know what I mean? You know, I'm there to actually get into the mood of what's going on. You know, I'm gonna go spend some time at the mosque in the inner city with the poor kids, you know, and talk to them about their life, you know, and offer some service, offer them some of my knowledge, you know, and try to maybe make some food for them. Go take some food to the kids in the inner city, to the mosques where the poor people pray, because there's a lot of mosques, you know, where I'm at, where there's a lot of kids in the inner city that just go to the
Mhm.
mosque. You know, they have like no families. You know, there's like nothing going on in their life. You know, but all they want to do is they want to come and learn about prayer. Like, you know, they're not trying to go out there, you know, compete in the degeneracy of the world. You know, they're sick of all that. You know, they just want to be close to God and just, you know, speak truth, and you know, and try to help you know, their neighbors and live a quiet life, a quiet and peaceful life. I mean, so I'm with that, and I'm with finding those people, you know, and getting my mind out of the trash of what's going on around. You know, just talk to whoever wants to talk to me for cloud or for views or whatever like that. That's ignorant. You know what I mean? You know, offer your service to the world. You know what I mean? Go out and talk to the people at your local church. You know what I mean? You know, if you cared, you would. You know what I mean? Like I have, you know, like I could talk to Creek Mary offline. I could talk to Cecil Drake offline. I could talk to, you know, Browns Boy offline. You know, and I will. You know, that's just how it is. You know, I want to check up on them. I want to see how it's going with them. You know, that's what it is. You know, because they're my friends in real life. You know, they're not just people who just come on a panel. You know what I mean? So like that's how I like you know, if you talk to me, that's how I keep my relations with all of these people. So if somebody attacks me online, I'll send them an email. I've literally sent everybody who's attacked me or I've attacked online an email, a personal email, and said, "What's your fucking problem?" And like, why are we doing this in public? You know what I mean? You know, I'll tell you right now, none of these people online that have ever attacked me online, you know, have ever sent me a reply. So that goes for that'll tell you a lot about them right there. Okay.
Drama
Right?
whores. They're a
That's
bunch of
crazy.
drama whores.
Exactly. Drama whores. Exactly. Drama whores.
I'm so mad at you that I'm gonna go beast on the internet. But don't email me. Don't email me. All of a sudden my connection doesn't work then.
Right. Right. They ghost you in email. They ghost you in a text message. You know, I mean, it's crazy. After they go attack you online. So what was that about? I mean, it's like, you know, yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for some of these, you know, receipts to come through. You know,
You know
but
what it is? I think they might be afraid to admit personally whatever the problem is. And it's
Yeah.
just it's just easy to just say shit and then, you know, click a button and you're done. But if you actually have a problem and someone actually asks you what the problem is and you won't tell them, then you don't actually have a problem.
yeah,
Right.
that's what I came down to. I said, okay, so this was just like a fun, good time for you. Hee ha ha. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I mean, I guess I mean, I guess I don't mind being the butt of a few jokes. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know,
I
you
thought
know,
of
as long as it's a joke.
I
But
thought of the
yeah,
perfect way to reverse that sweater video. I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what'd be even funnier than watching you put that
a
sweater on?
sweater video.
Dude, what would be even
They
funnier?
watch me put. Here's what it is, Browns boy. Tell them what you're talking about because they literally watch me put a sweater on.
Yeah, yeah. So like, I don't know if any of you guys know any people out there, like people, you know, and like maybe you know people in your life, and like maybe they put clothes on, you know, and yeah. So there's a video of a machine that gets played as if it's like a condemnation of sorts, where he puts on the sweater, and you know, it just sits on him for a second, and that's it. But you know, what'd be even funnier is if we watched Paul Unslaved put on that exact sweater.
I think it's funny enough just to watch him, just to hear him, just to see on a daily basis. Like I could just sit here and just watch Paul and Slave's video from yesterday, and I would have enough ammunition for the rest of my show because he'll literally say silly things like, like he would pass his wife around and let other dudes fuck his wife because he's transcended like jealousy.
Dude,
So
don't just
I don't know about all that stuff, but like he said
yeah,
that multiple times, and I think, you know, like if you're in a cult, non-cult, I guess it's kind of a plus or minus situation depending on how cucked you may be in your own life. But I mean, to me, it's like you're happy to believe in whatever philosophy you want. There's people who believe in red pill. There's people who believe in polygamy. There's people who believe in multiple shit. But it's like, dude, if you want to talk about like gross sexual shit on the internet, like I just, you know, it's just not me. And that's where I was at on Flow State too. I mean, I'll call Flow State out. I'll be like, dude, your whole show is like a bunch of weird sex talk with no, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, I don't know where
degeneracy.
at least, yeah, it's
De-
degeneracy. Like to me, it's degeneracy. To me, it's degeneracy. And like he's happy to say, like, all right, well, you're an Islamic and you know, you follow like this religion and like, you know, you believe in this shit or whatever. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but like, you know, like I'm not using like everything Islamic as a code for my life. I also have my own personal philosophy, and it doesn't include, you know, societal cuckoldry as a measure, or shared wife or multiple sexual partners as a measure. I think personally, what I think is that type of understanding would destroy society. And I talked about it on my show on the feminism special. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, look at this guy. This guy believes in purple dot land. I mean, he's free to believe in purple dot land or Yakub alien cock or whatever the fuck it is, but you know, it is what it is, dude. Like, you know, I'm not gonna hold you.
I was just gonna say, the whole like, whatever you want to call it, LGBT fucking whatever alphabet, fucking, the gay community, the non-straight community, right? They always want to talk shit about us telling them like, hey, could you be a little bit more conservative with your, whatever. We're not saying don't be gay, but can you please, well, you know what? If I saw two straight people, if I was out of college and I saw two straight people all over each other in public, I'd go tell them that like, hey, can you please go find a room also? So it's not, there's no bias. There's just a time and place for everything. And I speak to these people more out of concern for themselves than, try to, be a Bible thumper or try to be a hardcore Muslim and, over there trying to tell people you got to do it. Like, nah, look, just be a little bit more modest.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give Paul Enslaved and Flow State and Cockboy Hotline the credit for being smarter than the people that they have on their panels or in their communities and stuff. It's clear to see why they're the head of their communities or the people that they have around them. They're obviously the smartest person in the room. They have a good work ethic and stuff. They have good quality streams. So, they have a good kind of base philosophy in life. But I really don't get like what the point is. It's like it's like normie truther shit. It's like, we make up like more fake shit to like dispel conspiracy shit, but it's like, why? You know what I mean? It's like, who cares? I mean, like, it's like, what is the point? I mean, we got Yakub in the chat already. OTW, you better run away. This is bad. He needs his sacrifice. Right?
I actually looked that up after that video of the Testament, dude. I was like, this has to be I thought it was an AI generated thing or something. But like, this Yakub thing there, it said that it had like ties to Islam or something, and I was like, what? And it had to like, am I right with that, or did I just read something like wild?
What thing?
Yakub.
Yeah, it's because the guy who created it, he followed Ahmadiyya Islam. He was an Ahmadiyya Muslim, which means that they believe like in like Islam, but they also believe in a bunch of other weird shit. Like they believe in like the 12 tribes of Israel and all that type of stuff. Right. And thank you, Creek Mary, for joining. Thank you so much. But bless you this morning. And thank you for supporting the stream as always.
Yeah, Creek Mary is a good person. She's good to talk to.
Yeah, she's excellent. Yeah, she's excellent. She has excellent energy, and I thank her for supporting the show. And she also is part of a foundation for endangered languages. I want to ask her more about that one day. And maybe have her give a presentation on that, because that seems extremely important work.
Very much so.
Yeah. I mean, imagine getting a hold of one of those endangered languages. We could send each other codes. Nobody would even know what the fuck we're talking about. Right?
You ever try telepathy with people you know? Anybody ever tried telepathy?
Yeah, I've done like guess the color type of stuff. Right?
Like one thing I used to do with my one friend, he would always like show up like every like once a week or something, and he'd be like, "You need anything?" And I'd be like, all right, dude, imagine a whiteboard. And then I'm like, I'm imagining the same whiteboard, and I'm going to send you the image on this whiteboard of what I want. Dude would show up with it, dude.
Okay. So I'll let you guys in on this game that my mother and I used to play when I was a child, okay? You take a deck of cards, all right? What the fuck is... Okay. I got speaker wire issues over here. So you take a deck of cards, and one person holds the card, okay, and you tell the other person to try to guess what is on something about the card. What color? Is it royal? Is it a number? What number? You can be specific or not specific. And then when you're done, you have to have the other person be the card holder, because telepathy, or whatever concept that is, there's a couple of different metaphysical explanations for it. It works both ways. You have people that are sensitive, but you also have people that are projectors, telepathic projectors. So if somebody's picking you up and is able to guessing the card or whatever, it might not be that they're necessarily even very sensitive. It might be that you have a very strong and projecting mind. And while we're on the subject of telepathy as well, Reagan just uploaded another video to her channel about 19 hours ago. Where she was talking
Like
about
it was like a constant update of like Reagan news as well. We got panel news, we got Reagan news.
She's wearing blue underpants today with the tasteful stripe.
Whoa! We're not trying to go there. We're trying to be respectful to the sister.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm not trying to. Yeah. I'm also married, so you know.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Much respect to the sister there.
Bloomers. They're bloomer. You know.
But this guy started the Nation of Islam in Detroit, and if you look at his picture, the first thing you'll notice about him is that he ain't black, which is fucking weird. He's actually Pakistani, which is fucking like you know, if I just turn this way, get my hair out of the way, you know what I mean? I actually look like this mofo. You know what I mean? It's fucking, it's creep. You know, it's fucking creepy. You know, he's a Pakistani motherfucker who lives in Detroit, and I'm a Pakistani motherfucker who lives in Detroit. So, OTW, you know, I think you should probably worship me instead. You know, because the guy who invented the religion is actually.
Yeah,
I got the God flesh.
A Pakistani dude from Detroit created the Yaqub.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And he's not here anymore?
Huh?
He's not around anymore, is he?
Well, he had a follower named Elijah Muhammad, right? And then Elijah, he said he created the concept of Yaqub. He said that basically Yaqub was a scientist who created white people, and the white people basically created Judaism and Christianity. He said that scientists that did green alchemy created the animal life and the plant life on the planet, and they used to live in Mecca, and they followed Islam, and that Islam was a primordial religion of man. So he had made this up. Like the thing he called it, like the thing he called Islam was not Islam.
Yeah.
The thing he called Judaism and Christianity was not Judaism and Christianity.
Yeah.
The Yaqub guy, the evil scientist guy, he just made up genetic experiments, and then he kind of used the, you know, he kind of used a lot of different things. He used like the Mormon shit. He used Freemasonry. He used some of the writings of Noble Drew Ali, who himself was a Rosicrucian. You know, and that's the guy who created the Moorish Science Temple. He kind of broke off from the guy who created the Moorish Science Temple and created his own sect called the Nation of Islam. So, so he's the guy who created Yaqub. You know, in terms of the figure, you know, as the evil scientist who created white people and all that, and created the religions of the world. But yeah.
When I saw that photo of Yaqub, I seriously was like, this has to be somebody typed in a bunch of like religious words, and like also has a very dirty search engine history or something. Like there's like Nazi stuff on there on that photo. There was like everything was on there. It's like it was like a collage of different religions. Is all that photo like? It didn't. I tried to see what that photo might teach me, but. Yeah, don't buy that and hang that in your house. I don't think.
Are you talking about the testicle mint or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Trying to say, like, dude, come on, man.
And what about the genetic stuff? Like, is there any proof anything genetic was even done? And what year was this? Because like movies didn't come out till a certain time, and like, but that seems like it's more of that's within the last 100 years or something. That guy's theory. Yakub. Yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, yeah, the crescent, but unfortunately the crescent is part of the calendar, and they do have moon gods in Arabia that were rejected by Muhammad. But the thing is that peace be upon him. But the thing is that there are certain Islamic scholars who did expound on the Upanishads. So a lot of the history they have of the Hindu religion, some of it comes from Islamic scholars, so because they traveled to India and they conquered India, the Arabs conquered India. So, that happened, but anyways, actually the Muslims ruled India for a very long time, the Mughal emperors, yeah. Anyways,
I think that what Emmanuel is talking about there is the
moon,
crescent.
the moon shit, yeah.
Yeah, the crescent moon, yeah.
Yeah, I talked about that on my show, but yeah, there was a guy named Akbar the Great, one of the Mughal emperors. He tried to combine Hinduism and Islam together into one religion. I forget what he called it, but yeah, he had his own.
Isn't that Sikhism? Isn't that being a Sikh?
No, yeah, Sikhism kind of combines Sufi Islam and parts of Hindu religion because of their founder, Guru Nanak. He studied in Afghanistan there with the Sufi Muslims. But but it's not exactly the same thing as what this guy was trying to create. He was trying to create a different version of it, I guess, But yeah, yeah, but G, you could go fuck right off. You don't have to watch this show, and I don't appreciate you talking about my family in the chat there. So you could suck these balls, and the thing is that you actually don't have to watch the show at all. I actually don't even care who you are. You're just a dickless, nameless faggot in a chat room. So the fact that you feel like you have the freedom to chat here, that's enormous. That's hilarious. And you don't have that freedom, so you can fuck right off.
Why is he? What's he heard about? What's hurting that young lad today?
I don't know, but you can see it's a G on fire. So whatever that stands for, I think that's gonads on fire. I don't know. I think his balls is burning. And he's mad at me for it.
These chat peasants are only like a tier or two below all these people that want to come around here and never get on camera and use voice changers and talk a bunch of shit. Some of those people who don't want to get on camera or whatever, I mean, some of them have legitimate things to say, but yeah, the faceless troll crowd or whatever, like, dude, I don't care. You're below my, you already know how I think about you.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to ask me, I think it's senseless for basically people in Pakistan who live in northern India, where they basically created Hinduism and Buddhism, to then deny their legacy. It's like people in Greece saying like they don't want to read the motherfucking Homer and shit, and they don't want to take credit for Homer and shit. It's kind of stupid. It's like the Hindu epics are shit that, they're probably written by northern Pakistanis, yet because the Pakistanis today, they're Muslim, they reject the Hindu scriptures and they don't even take credit, and they let those little fucking midget fucking Dravidian fuckheads, in India go ahead and just say that act like they invented it, when it's people in northern Pakistan who wrote this epic poetry. I mean, let's be honest. It's people that look like me, that basically wrote this epic poetry, and they don't even take credit for it. So I mean, it's just a sad travesty that that we don't actually take credit for most of our historical legacy, and we let those fucking Indian losers who they can't even make a good movie, and just fucking, we
Yeah.
let them, let alone create a fucking a tank or an airplane that works worth a damn. They can't really even build anything. Indians are, but I'm not saying that Indians are shitty, but like compared to Pakistanis, they're shit. I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. I'm just messing with you guys. I love Indians. I started out saying Indians are my brothers and Hindus are my brothers, and I ended with that. It's horrible, isn't it? But yeah, I love Indian people. I consider them to be my brothers. I consider the legacy of the Hindus and all of that type of stuff to be stuff that little brown people invented. I mean, I'll take credit for it. The thing is that if white people are not even related to Greek motherfuckers and they're gonna take credit for shit that Greeks did, then god damn it, I'll take credit for the fucking Hindu shit. Like, it is what it is. I'll say it's my culture and my legacy of my people. I'll make it up. That's what Noble Drew Ali did. He made up this legacy that he was a Moorish person and a Cherokee Indian, and that the natives and the Muslims made this alliance, and they had this global civilization, and for what it's worth, I mean, Indians, Persians, Middle Easterns and Africans, they did have a global civilization to an extent. They had trade between their societies, so I mean, OTW News is part native too, we got shadow and light.
Cecil, you made me a little self-conscious about not being on camera, man. I gotta be honest.
Cecil, you got to put the goggles back on so you can match us at this point. So then
I'm like facing a sunrise right now, so I don't need to like burn my eyes out of my skull or anything. Just trying to chill for right now. But yeah, man, I when I was in school, we were taught that the Indus Valley or whatever, the fertile areas of northern India were originally habitated by people from the Pakistan area. That what is it? Harappans. The entire area is the Harappan phenotype or whatever you want to call it.
I was gonna show you this shit. This haplogroup right here. You know what I mean? Haplogroup R1A. You ever seen this shit? R1A, R1A1A. And it's also M420. 420. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you look at this shit, we all got the same genes in terms of we was Vikings and shit. You understand? So
Sure.
That's why I have green eyes and light skin. Is because I actually have this fucking genetic group, from Central Asia, Eurasia. That's why Turkish motherfuckers and Indian motherfuckers and Persian motherfuckers and motherfuckers from Scandinavia. I talked to a girl the other day at the marijuana dispensary, and she's Norwegian, and this girl had black hair and green eyes. She kind of looked like an Arab or some shit. So I was asking her like where the fuck she was from, and yeah, she's from Eurasia, and people from Eurasia, they not only have the same characters in their language and stuff. They share language, and they also share musical instruments from people of those regions. So and if you really look at my hair, if you look at my hair, it's actually reddish brown. I got a bunch of red and red hair in my fucking beard and in my hair. If you look at my hair in the light, it looks red. You know what I mean? My hair is like, it looks black on camera. I really don't know how to explain it. It's like I have red hair and green eyes. You know what I mean? So like it is what it is. But
Chaldean girls, a lot of those Chaldean girls got that pale skin, black hair, green eye thing going on. I noticed.
Yep. Yeah, they show skin, you know, and they look like either Turkish people or people from Central Asia, you know, and Central Europe, you know. So yeah, they actually do share the same DNA, you know. That's what gives people the green eyes and the red hair, you know, is this R1A1, you know, haplogroup, you know, and it goes back to Indus Valley civilization, and it also goes back to Europeans. So yeah, I mean, it turns out Europeans and that's part of the thing that the Ahmadiyya guy came up with. You know, his name was actually Qadiani, Ahmed Qadiani. He said that the people in Kashmir, because Jesus traveled to India, he said the people of Kashmir were part of the lost tribes of the Jews, right? So if you go to the people who live in Kashmir in India, you know, they actually have descendants, you know, from Jews because they have Jewish genes and shit. So they think that they're actually descendants of the fucking Jews, you know. But and it relates to that story that Jesus went to India or some shit like that, you know. So they have that story there about Jesus traveling to India, and so it's just interesting that they have a weird and yeah, we were talking about that with Rant. You know, they have a burial place in India that they claim is Jesus's burial place. So you know, I'm not speculating whether it is or it isn't. You know, obviously, you know, anybody could make some shit like that up. You know, oh yeah, look, this is so and so's fucking burial place. Yeah, yeah, okay. You know, but it just relates to all of these other stories about it, you know, which is very interesting. You know, it's just interesting that it's not the only story they have there about that. You know, they also have that in the Gnostic Gospels and in all of these other tales and shit. So finally, Noble Drew Ali, he uses it for his book where he borrows from the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus by Levi Dowling. You know, Levi Dowling was like a theosophist, and he wrote this book called the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, and he talks about Jesus living in India. You know, in that gospel, he like channeled it, and he's got like so. Anyways, Noble Drew Ali plagiarizes some of this for his book called the Circle 7 Quran. You know, it's called the Circle 7 Quran. It's a book of religion for the Moorish Science Temple. That's the organization that actually gave birth to the Nation of Islam. You know, so the whole birth of the Nation of Islam is related to these groups. It's actually very interesting. It's actually very fascinating because their whole plan was to like kind of turn blacks into Muslims, into fake Muslims, you know, so that they can kind of fight against like white nationalism, because white nationalism had claimed that, you know, white people were basically the fathers of civilization. So then black people started claiming the same thing. You know, we was Kangs and we was Vikings, right? That's where it started, right? You know, because the whole philosophy of the Aryan Brotherhood comes out of Freemasonry, and the neo-Nazi shit comes out of Freemasonry, because it comes out of the thing that the white people were the lost tribes of Israel. See, everybody wants to be Jews. Black people want to be Jews. White people want to be Jews. That's all it is. Everybody just wants to be a Jew. And it's like they're all just fighting about who's more Jewish. And the Jews are literally just laughing at them. And they're just like, we created this concept called Judaism, and now everybody wants to be Jews. Right? It's like fucking crazy.
Like, since I've been seeing and listening to what everybody's been talking about around here, you know, I've heard a lot new concepts that I've never really been familiar with. So that's what I like. Can you guys hear that car going by, or yes or no? That'd be really annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait, what was the question? Yeah, I could hear you and see.
No, yeah. Could you hear that car going by?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have to
Yeah, it
move.
looks like a
But
chill place. Yeah.
yeah, these concepts to, you know, with history and religion, man. Like, yeah, it's really interesting to get all these new concepts, and you know, because I think just like, yeah, there's just people don't know a lot. I don't know a lot of things, so I can assume, I guess, to some degree, other people don't know as well. It's just interesting to get these types of discussions going.
Right. Like it's easy to like make fun of something like the Nation of Islam until you understand where it comes from and why it was invented and the complex philosophy of the guy who made it. And it's like, oh shit, if you sat here and plagiarized 3 books, you couldn't just write your own version of the Quran, Holmes. Well, then you got no right to criticize Noble Drew Ali, it seems like, because he was able to plagiarize some book and get hundreds of followers to follow his teaching and shit. Honestly, I'm very impressed with Noble Drew Ali, you know, and his whole like thinking and his teaching, how he was able to like piece together all this different shit from like Rosicrucianism, you know, and all of these other philosophies, you know, and spin it into this like his own religion, you know, and so much so that all of these people, the Nawabians, you know, the Egyptologists, you know, the Nation of Islam, you know, the 5% Nation, the Wu-Tang Clan, you know, the fucking all of the fucking Malcolm X movies and shit, the fucking recent Jay-Z movie, Book of Clarence, you know, all of that shit has to do with that. You know, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of rap albums that are like gold. Like they're like fucking awesome. Like I mean, I'm talking about like like fuck hip hop. Like you just take and the 5% Nation, just the Wu-Tang Clan. You just take the Wu-Tang Clan and just see what they've produced in terms of hip hop music. You know, I mean, geez, I mean, and all of them are following this philosophy of the 5% Nation. That was a breakaway sect from the Nation of Islam. That was formed by this guy named Clarence 13X. Yeah, if you look at the history of the occult, it's fascinating. You know, and the different religious sects. I mean, it's fucking fascinating. You know.
I think we're probably. I think what's more likely is you had certain sects of Jews that were envious of other cultures, like white and black cultures, right? And we're like, no, we really taught those guys that. No, those guys are really part of our shit. Yeah, we taught. You think that shit's cool? Oh yeah, we taught them that. You know, because I've run across Europeans with regards to like, you know, when that movie 300 came out about the Greeks, and I've talked to Europeans about that, and at least 2 or 3 different groups of Europeans, we taught them that. Oh no! We taught the Greeks how to. Oh, you think that shit's cool? No, so I mean, there's a certain level of envy.
It's just crazy. Like you know, like by creating an oral tradition, right? They're able to supersede whatever civilization they're in, and able to create literally 2 sets of books. So, like, you know, in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, in Babylon, you know, they were able to incorporate the Babylonian myths into their own, understanding, and they created the Canaanite religion, you know, and it's almost like they could take the Babylonian gods and then transform like into like El and all these types of things. And then when they're in Persia, you know, they can create this cosmic dualism between good and evil and light and dark and incorporate that into their religion. So, you know, because they were part of the cosmopolitan society wherever they inhabited, same thing in 1100 years later, you could go to Spain, you know, and you see that Maimonides was actually the, he was the physician of the caliph, you know, in Spain. So, Maimonides is able to, you know, rise up and, you know, I mean, we're talking about 1100 years of change, and still at the top elite educated structure of society, as the physician of literally from the caliph to to back then interpreting Nebuchadnezzar's dreams. You have a Jew as a minister. So they're able to synthesize knowledge. They're able to synthesize different aspects of culture because they focus on their oral tradition. They're always learned. They never directly participate in the society. And they're always they never take part in ruling. They just give advice to the rulers. So it's a very smart way of doing business. This is what I pointed out with that Nietzsche quote in my presentation that I had. I said, hate it or love it, this is what has won and decided the fate of nations, because it's like it's like you're able to have this cosmopolitan class that emerges, educated class that emerges, that's within the elite of society, but B, not even part of the society itself. They're part of a super order outside of the society itself, order of nations that they don't even consider getting mixed in with the world of the goy. So
and now they're all bankers and shit, which is another key linchpin in our modern society that is not at the top, but is very close to the top, right? But I don't know about you, bro, but that one kid when I was in school, that kid that was always snitching everybody else out to the teacher and shit. You could call that smart or whatever, but I'm going to take that kid in the bathroom and beat his ass after class. You know what I'm saying? So, there's a certain, like if you want to call that intelligent or, cool, but that's probably a part of the reason why these people don't have a very good reputation, is because like they're always seeking out little
artificial
positions, power or whatever, just fucking knock that motherfucker out.
Well,
Okay.
I like to look at the objective means of power and then not really take sides with history. But I get what you're saying. But in terms of just looking at the brute, because I'm trying to see what works, kind of just see how shit gets going and gets cooking, and then see how I could apply myself either to it or against it, but figuring out the basic design of what's going on. I'm certainly not one who supports cosmopolitan values, multiculturalism, synthesizing different disparate aspects of knowledge, perennialism. I'm somebody who openly rejects these things, and I've actually devised my own clever philosophies to evade these means of control. You know what I mean? But
well, right, but you're more intelligent than I am. See, you're like one of those smart kids in the class that just stays quiet and observes. I'm just a poor freaking white.
I'm the quiet kid for sure.
Yeah, I'm like one of those dumb fucking white barbarian people that is at least smart enough to figure out what the fuck. Okay, well, this guy's always snitching me. I'm like over here smoking weed in the corner, and that Jewish kid just narked me out, so I'm gonna beat his ass and shit.
You look at the Punjabis.
Yeah,
they get real dumb. They get real dumb. The Sikhs,
for the dumb white barbarians of the world.
Yeah, the Sikhs, they get real drunk. They get dumb drunk. For sure, they drink a lot. They get pissy drunk, and those are my ancestors. They're a bunch of rough housing, drinking motherfuckers. We was Vikings. It is what it is. But the thing is that it's funny if you compare Punjabi movies to like Bollywood films. They're really gory. Like it's like people shooting each other. It's like people like stealing each other's girlfriends and shit, and then just like killing each other. Like you kill like it's people like stealing chicks and like shooting each other, and like some guy gets hit with the axe like in the back. It's like just like and like blood like just splatters and shit. It's like the shittiest production. Like it looks nothing like a Bollywood film. And then motherfuckers take off on like motorcycles and shit. Like Punjabi movies are a mess. Like it's just like it's like motherfuckers smoking cigarettes and killing each other. It's crazy.
Somebody swinging an axe somewhere. Oh, I want to get in on that shit.
Yeah, they're part of the warrior caste in India for years. The farmers, the Jat, they call them Jat, Jatt. I mean, there's no exact English transliteration for it, but Jat basically means country folk, and the country dwellers are basically the warrior class. They're farmers, tough, it's kind of lived in the countryside. It's kind of like what you would imagine here. They kind of have those hillbillies are kind of the first defense force of America or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the hillbilly motherfuckers, and they're going to
Right.
keep us all
They're not
safe.
very intelligent, but I wouldn't go over to their neighborhood and start talking shit to them.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right.
That's for sure.
You guys ever this may be off base, I kind of just say out of left field shit, but do you guys ever think of memory as a technology, like personally? Because I feel like there's definite, the memory is like something they don't really teach anybody about. They'll teach you to memorize.
Yeah, I think like having shit that has like energy in it that reminds you of the past. You know what I mean? Like serious, like little trinkets and shit, like little relics from the past, little traditions and shit. Like it saves you from futurism, like that boring feeling when you're waiting for things to happen. Those could be filled with looking at memories of things that you know about. With like actual, tangible things that you have collected from the past. It's way safer to do that than to daydream about or worry about or anticipate some future, get trapped in some faith of the future. I think dwelling on the past actually has relevance, but just daydreaming about the future, that's pointless. I mean, that's more prone to anxiety. You know what I mean? So like in that way, like memory has to be used against futurism. It just should be. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because it's like all we have is our past. Like that's where we came from. Like they're trying to turn us into something we're not. We know that. So it's like, why the fuck wouldn't we just hold on to our past, right?
I remember like I think one of the last things I ever checked out like with Hermeticism was something about a memory system. Like it was like maybe a John D memory system or something. And if you don't know about those things, they are very interesting when you come across them. I never went further with it, but memory is very important for progress. And I think, there's, I think even maybe we're even, being they're trying to get everybody's consent to be taught in specific manners that will produce limited outcomes.
Well, they're trying to bombard you with information so that you forget your backlog. But the backlog is reality. Like once you finish like going back through your backlog, like reality is just gonna begin again. So there's no point to like having a backlog, like just like you know what I mean. The thing is that the backlog is reality at this point. So it's like these motherfuckers are always like they want you to make a list of things you need to do, but it's like all you have is your present means to achieve what you want right now. So it's like, like whatever you have on your backlog is more important than what may or may not happen in the future. You know what I mean? I would say.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's like most people have things that they're afraid to get to that are in some kind of weird backlog, and that's actually all the shit that they're afraid of. While they're pretending like they're afraid of some unknown thing that's coming up in the future, and they're like, I don't know what's gonna happen next. It's like, yeah, but you do know what's gonna happen next. It's the same shit that's fucking been happening. You're just trying to run away from what you were gonna do before. All this shit that you made up is happening is not gonna happen. you know.
That's why you have the like the Viking concept. I don't know if it's just, there's a bunch of different cultures, but you've got like the concept of like racial memory. Like you can actually assume, and there's like a communal memory that you can download through worshiping your ancestors and so on and so forth. But Vikings didn't really have any written, they didn't really have writing. They had like glyphs and stuff like that, that symbols that like mean things, but most of them had, it was like a 95% oral tradition. They were all had everything dedicated to memory. And that's where you get the word saga from.
Right. And so do the Jews. That's how they survived for centuries too,
Well, I always thought that the Jews prided themselves on being really good scribes. Like supposedly these people always took up scribe position, and you've got like cuneiform is supposedly from their area of the world and all this, right? I thought it mostly, and then of course if you're a good banker, you gotta have ledgers written down, the money changers and stuff like that. But I mean,
I'm thinking too, like, so like, I did this exercise. I made this exercise up actually once, where I got it written down. I haven't done it in a minute, but basically, like, there's 2 note cards, and like one is like, basically it's like this, man. There's people in your life that love you, and there's people that don't. But like that vision of who those people are is very confused quickly. It's confused very quickly for professional reasons such as banking, or not even, I wouldn't even call that professional. I'd call it like maybe professional lying. But yeah, like there's like this vision, man, of not only like any sort of a race or anything, like you kind of said too, ancestrally. And I haven't really, like, I should try some more things in that area, like, visiting the sites where they are at, but yeah, these people all without those people, we wouldn't even be here. And whatever provided the space for those people to be there, that was here before them, while they were here, and after they're gone, whatever, there's a vision of at least these people, these, we call them mentors, amenders, ancestors. And man, I'll tell you what, if you turn on ESPN or something, that's out the window. And then now your memory is being filled with something else. Like, that's where I'm kind of seeing like these slight disconnects that could be foundational in a person's personal internal visions that they have the ability to create, which gets distracted about 100 ways as soon as you wake up,
Well, right. Browns Boy, have you ever heard of there's this movie, it's called The Clan of the Cave Bear. It's basically about like cavemen society or whatever.
I have not heard about that movie.
Okay, well, I would. It's definitely something that's on my suggested list of watching. They basically, it's a movie. I can't remember. It's probably at least a good 30, 40 years old, right? And so basically, it's talking about the evolution of like ancient cavemen, like from like Cro-Magnon to Neanderthal or something like that. And this one tribe that basically worship like bears and shit, or hunted bears or whatever. But anyway, in the movie, they talk about the young cave people acquiring the memories. So like there's a child that picks up a spear and all of a sudden he magically just knows what it's for and how to use it. So, but we're talking about, again, about a society that has no access to modern entertainment or any of the shit that you just listed. No ESPN, no sugars in their diet and all this crap. You know, so in a way, modern society, one of the mechanisms of modern society is to keep us separated from our racial memory and access to our ancestors and the wisdom of our ancestors and all this other stuff.
Damn, dude. When you were saying that, I was also thinking natural memory is like a good way to say that too. But yeah,
sure,
100%.
Yeah.
That's really dope. Like that made me think like objects you could touch them and you know, you could get the idea, you know, instead of being given the idea.
With the object thing, there's actually a discipline that a lot of like psychic medium people believe in. It's called psychometry, I believe, where you can touch an object and know like who owned it or know something about, you know, who owned it. And so this was a popular theme among quote unquote pagan religions, where the priest of the pagan religion would maintain like a temple where all these things of your ancestors were held, like helmets, weapons, armor, musical instruments, whatever, right? And then you would go into the temple and touch these things, and then when you told the priest certain words that allowed you to identify with your past selves, your ancestors are basically embodying into your body, then the priest allows you to take the items out of the temple and go on and do what you need to do, defend your village, sing the music, you know, whatever it is that needs to happen.
I mean, I've heard crazier things being less true.
Right.
Yeah, what was that movie again?
It's called The Clan of the Cave Bear.
Clan of the Cave Bear. All right, I'm gonna check that out for sure.
Yeah.
Good looks on that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and step in this gym right now and take care of some business, but I'll keep listening and whatnot. But I just you know, I'm not gonna be on camera while I'm in there, obviously. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Cecil.
Clan of the Bears. Something. What was it? Clan of the Bear Cave?
Say what?
Clan of the Bear Cave? Or
Clan of the Cave Bear?
Cave Bear, okay. Sorry, I'm bad. I got a bad memory. That's why I'm so fixated on it.
It wasn't Clan of the Bear Cave.
Cave.
It was Clan of the.
Maybe you could find it while you're in there and put it in the back chat.
Because it had one of these, like, at the time it was made, it had one of these like supermodels in it that was because it's most of the cast of the movie are like Aborigines and shit, like guys that look like freaking, and there's like practically no dialogue. It's all like grunts and hand signals. You know, it's a movie about caveman society. Clan of the Cave Bear. I'm almost 100% sure that's what it is. Clan of the Cave Bear.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. I'll be listening. I'll be back in a little bit.
For sure. And yeah, I'm gonna take a little music break here before I continue to watch the news with y'all. You know, it's been a fine couple hours here talking to you guys. You know, take a little smoke break here. Let's listen to Sparksky and Dutch by Helter Skelter. It's a great. Or you know what? Let me play Secret Plan again. I don't know if you guys heard Secret Plan again, but yeah, Secret Plan is always good, man. This shit is fucking DLC. I played this last time when I took a smoke break. I really like the song. I'm down to just sit here and smoke to the. I mean, DLC really pained to make this fucking song after he broke his fucking larynx in a car accident. Still rapping. Sacred Plan by DOC. This is one of my favorite songs. I don't know why, because the reason is because of the voice and the content of the song. It's like he like laid down a lot of interesting facts inside the song. You know what I mean? But yeah, thanks for joining us. We taking a little smoke break here. So if you guys got some weed, go ahead and light that shit up and smoke with your boy, the Machine Lies. You know what I mean? Muhammad. I'm here for you guys. You know what I mean? It's been a beautiful discussion. It's been a beautiful morning. Try to bring you guys this content. I mean, the thing is that I shouldn't be saying this in the middle of the show, but I will be taking a break from my regularly scheduled content in Ramadan. I will be bringing to you guys panels during the daytime, but I don't know when it'll be scheduled for. So it'll just be during the day. I'll have panels, randomly. In discussions, we'll watch the news, and then after I'm done doing my prayers and doing my rites, rites. Why do you have rights? RIGHTS is because they took away your rights. RITES. Perform some rites. Bring out the big relics. In a month, I'll be done. I'll be back with you guys.
I wonder if they wrote that down to take away the rights.
You know what I mean?
I wonder if they'd be writing it down.
Yeah, that's another thing. WRITES. There's another little shit stain that needs to be cleansed. You know what I'm saying? DOC, Secret Plan. Let's see if this plays at all. And yeah, man, thanks for smoking with me and Brown's boy this morning. We'll be watching Days of Noah. And maybe we'll move on to Adam Green, No More News. That's the other news channel that inspired this fine channel here. Right? Fine young channel.
I never heard this song. I like the title.
Secret Plan?
Yeah.
Secret Plan by DOC. Oh shit, man. This is a classic. DOC was part of NWA, the original group. Yeah. It's definitely a legend.
As I submit the new world girl sin 6, I cover myself with lambskin. Black family 5 point to win. That's again prophecy. Watch the Vatican. You must begin to think. Set up. And you can see part 22 is lit up with the skull and bone. Picture what is known of the scrolling key of the DOC. Yeah. Yeah. Have a secret plan. New world connects and wrecks man. Other hand of the one fake God. Light, real fight, spit on the cross from a pit. And I look and I behold a pale horse. 42nd degree, my inner source. Originality from the brotherhood. From the beginning of two never good. Listen, hey, kept undercover another wrong. But I got 6 got hung by the feet. Looking for the golden fleet with shackles. Look at the jackals, green pigs. To a ring of dip. Death comes quicker when you shoot the gift. Watch out, Bloody Mary. Sleep with your gun. Show me the sign, innocent one. The end might come. Now, what you gonna do? Like, be too costly not to get it alright. So, who shall save the human race? None. 6,000 erase, replace. 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 Every 8 hours so organized. Look for brotherhood made life disguise. Symbol of who a rise. 4,000 years to pass. Remember, religion is but a tool to control your ass. Reflect, but when the millennium connect. Esoteric enlightenment of the elect. Reflect, come face the order. Witness theological manslaughter now. Follow the master supreme decree. The new world girl found death at 33. 13 levels above the IC. Deal to never reveal the real keys to the esoteric language as you enter a brand new age of anguish. Pyramid beliefs turn my niggas into thieves. No matter 6,000 delete. Repeat. 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 Mama, I don't want to die. Mind fraud, circle complete when he gripped the cat paw. Alien, sleeping into the ages. Be symbolic unto the Dead Sea pages. Nights, history hidden. We forgetting from where the book came. Brotherhood of the insane. Slay. Humanity, you cannot identify thyself by sign. We pray. Sign, hand over forehead. Countersign pyramid, ego wing spread. A Luciferian, totalitarian, socialistic, twisted minds of my way. So when they fail, holy blood, holy grail. Historically, they don't want a nigga to see. Trilateral be done Kirk. Political murder and BD done work. Chasing to replace the hell or to a jail cell. Society don't want you in the clientele. Don't matter 6,000 be blood running. 95 the beginning, watch out, it's coming.
America is now under martial law.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Have it's
coming.
Stay in your home.
It's coming.
Do not attempt to contact loved ones, insurance agents, or attorneys. Shut up. Do not attempt to think or depression may occur. Stay in your home. Curfew is at 7 p.m. Start after work. Anyone caught outside the gates of their subdivision sectors after curfew will be shot. Remain calm. Do not panic. Your neighborhood watch officer will be by to collect urine samples in the morning. Anyone caught interfering with the collection of urine samples will be shot. Stay in your home. Remain calm. The number one enemy of progress is Western. National security is more important than individual will. All sports broadcasts will proceed as normal.
I love that line by Jello Biafra. He's like, the world's ending, but like, you know, society's collapsing, but all sports broadcasts will will continue as normal. Shit's hilarious. Yeah, bread and circuses. Eat it up, puppies. All right.
I heard you can't be in the NFL unless you sign an NDA.
Oh
But
yeah. Yeah, you gotta fucking
get
they
your
gotta
money, boys. Don't get hurt. If you,
I mean
and if
the
any NFL players around me want to give me inside info, I'm down.
The amount of shit, I mean, they don't play the people. I mean, they don't pay the people in the colleges, you know. So I mean, it's all rigged system. You know, they got people getting scholarships to play basketball, plucking them out from the streets. All this fucking shit, you know. Why are 90% of them black? They're all inner city kids. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just complete horseshit, you know, and there's probably people who could play better than them in fucking jail. It's just a rigged fucking shit. They pay the referees. It's all fucking nonsense. I mean, you people can't see through it. Anybody that watches sports in this day and age is a complete fucking buffoon. You know, it's like this fucking dude, Hemingway said. He said there's only two legit sports, you know, and they're hunting and boxing. There's no other legit sports, you know, because those are the only sports that actually equate to practical arts of like what you can accomplish, you know, how men actually size each other up and what they can actually do out there in the world. You know, it's going to level up to can you throw them hands? A. Or B, can you go out there and get some food and nature when nobody else can? You know what I mean? And can you survive on your fucking own? Those are the only two things that make you that make anybody into a sportsy or person, or you know what I mean? I mean they test all things. They test your intelligence, your capacity for survival, your strength, your skill set. You know, all the things that you have at your disposal can be measured up to these arts. You know, so you can participate. See, this is what I'm talking about. You can participate in disciplines that are going to actually procure some sort of practical aspect of your own survival. You know, or, you know, we could just, you know, participate in hobbies and pretend like this technological world that we inhabit is going to last forever. No, you don't have to be able to do things. What can you do without the use of machines? That's what originality really comes down to, doesn't it? I mean, let's just let's just be honest. You know, what makes you truly human is what you can do without the aid of machines. Okay? This is what makes you a human. Snap out of the fucking shit that all of this ingenuity just landed in your lap, and the way you engineer things or the way you use things is about intelligence. That's not intelligence, that's cleverness. Right? It's not the same thing. It's not in the same order of thinking, right? But yeah, we got to get to the real shit. You know, we will. We will. I believe in you, motherfuckers. I believe in you, motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I'm a believer in the people. I'm a man of the people.
I'll be back in like a minute.
For
Gotta
sure.
go. Gotta go do something real quick.
Yeah, no worries. You take your time. Yeah. You know, bless you for being here, man. Always, you know, constant supporter. You know, Browns boy, man. Constant thanks to Browns boy, man. Constant prayers, man. You know what I mean? That's what it is, man. You know, thank you guys for being here, showing support to the show. You guys think I don't acknowledge that shit, man? This is an undying acknowledgement for you guys that just hop on panel, even for a second, just to say hi. I mean, this is what it is, you know. You know, I don't really interact with people. I mean, I spend my day in solitude.
I say, you know, by the way, too, I encourage people to come up here that maybe whatever. I kind of feel like I came up like about what, like 4 months ago now, and those people were a lot more like wild. I feel like back then. So it's actually much more chill. So if you want to hop
Yeah,
on,
I think it's like that. That's why they did all that, to dissuade people from coming on the panel and talking to me. Right? They did all this like, woo, you know what I mean? You know, it is what it is. I mean, it's like, you know, there's certain motherfuckers who are dissuaded who like bought into like the fear campaign. But it's like, yeah, man, I don't bite. Like, I'm just a normal dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is. But like, yeah, you know, don't be tricked by shit just to not talk.
Yeah, was anything happening? Oh, maybe I just inherited the show. Don't know what to do. Simba.
Yo, Holmes, you like muted yourself for a second, but I don't know what was happening. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I was making a bunch of noise or something. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I mean, I'm just like, no, I was just trying to figure out like if you were saying something, but yeah. But yeah, I also went to go get my charger, but my laptop died. But it is what it is. But yeah, I was seeing you on the TV, but nobody could hear you because your sound was off for a second. But yeah, it happens. We get our little audio malfunctions going up in this bitch. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we had Brown's boy holding down the show. That's right.
Just got a new possible follower. This driver that I know. He teaches about plants and about like soils, and he works with the community, and he does a bunch of classes, and they have like community gardens that he and his team work on. So I just asked him. I'll just send him the link. So people like that, why not come share it?
Good shit. Yeah, let's see what's going on with this news. I mean, I came out here to tell you guys the news. 2 news channels that I've watched. I mentioned some runner-up news channels, but you know, I don't have time to sit around and watch the news. We actually cover things about philosophy and history and theology, the architectonic arts up in this bitch. You know what I mean? But yeah, we will hit you guys off with some news today. Maybe I'm trying to do it maybe Friday morning or something like that. Do Friday morning news or some shit. Right?
Asian.
I could get some like news coverage. You know, I'll compile stories and shit that I see throughout the week. But yeah. Look within. Thanks for joining. Tricky Woo, thanks for joining. You know, I5, thanks for joining, Holmes. Gary Baxter, good to see you, brother. Read in the news the other day, Japan discovered 7,000 new islands. What? Holy son of a bitch. Cecil. The blue-eyed invaders. Cecil was going off in chat earlier. Yeah. Thank you guys. Praline Queen. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to do that too, where so I'm not a big person on the news, but like at least I'll try to find some interesting things, do a little bit of research, and find some practical little solutions here and there. It's a good reminder for everybody.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna grab something real quick. Grab this coffee real quick.
You see how I project myself onto everybody?
You got to. We are the world. We are the children. Go
ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's fair.
Fair is fair. Al Jazeera. Come on now, man. I'm not even Arabic though, for real. But yeah, it is what it is. Maybe we could do some Indian news or some shit. I don't even know what they call the Indian news, but yeah, they got Indian news. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. My neighbor has it. It's pretty cool.
Funny.
She showed me a baby Shiva. I was like, whoa. Pretty cool picture.
Yeah, the commercials are funny. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the commercials are like from back in the day. But yeah, we got to get on that. You know, the SNN Sand Nigga News. SNN network.
Ooh, yeah, I can't stand news. Whoa.
The Yakub news. Yakub news.
To create a new scientific paradigm. And I think this is probably one of the most important takeaways from this show today and from this channel in general, is that we are moving towards a new type of scientific paradigm, but also a new type of human or existential human paradigm. So the scientific paradigm is shifting into one rooted in biotechnology, amongst other things, hence NBIC. Existential human paradigm, meaning the paradigm through which us as humans live, our existence is transforming. One of the big things that's being hidden, that's being omitted, that you won't find in the new media, right? And maybe you will find little bits and pieces of it. They'll say nanotech, they'll say transhumanism, right? But they won't put the pieces together. They use these broad terms to just point at things that most people have no idea about or even understand. There's no understanding, right? There's no thorough explanation with evidence and proofs. None of this stuff really exists in a way that is I'd say useful. For the most part, a lot of this is reactionary, and it's meant to make people afraid and to increase anxiety and fear and disturb people. When I watch a lot, especially Alex Jones, when I watch, it's just like, damn, bro, it's yelling and screaming and the orders, like run for the hills. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And yeah, they'll pull a paper, they'll.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how many times Alex Jones has said that society is going to collapse. Like, he literally said that like 3 or 4 times already. He did this shit in Y2K, he did all this shit, fucking Endgame. He released a movie called Endgame. The fucking Bilderbergers were going to take over. The fucking, all this shit was going to collapse like 3 or 4 times already. The fear porn of Alex Jones. He drums up this shit for content. It's fucking crazy.
Hypothetical truths.
Yeah, like this hypothetical scenarios and shit, hearsay evidence of shit. And like we watched a video on this show where it was exposed by Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper was making videos exposing Alex Jones. He's got videotapes called Alex Jones being a fraud and drumming up fake race war shit. This guy was saying that they were going to report on this shit in the LA riots and drumming up, and he's saying that society's going to end tomorrow because of all the race wars and shit, and creating this fear porn.
Well, that would be true if the evidence wasn't to the contrary, where he also sold end of the world supply boxes for like $2,500 for like, he's selling supply. He's also selling supplies.
And he's selling them for
he's
25 years. Like, wasn't society supposed to been had collapse? If you're selling survival boxes for some shit that's right around the corner, and you're doing that shit for 20 years, and people don't determine that you're a liar, how does that fucking work? It's like you just have fucking bone broth. He's selling bone broth. That is some shit, dude.
I mean, it's not just so black and white, because like I always want to be like, okay, let's look for the innocent parts too. So there's good. I feel like there's probably some. Yeah, I remember moving on from him very quickly though. Like,
he's got like a couple. He says like he throws a couple things that everybody already knows, or anybody who like studies a little bit already knows, and then he goes into a deep dive of these crazy fear shit that he just fucking pulls out of his ass, and it's always different depending on what 5-year time period you seem to catch him in. Like every 5 years is something different. Like before Putin was the devil, and now Putin's like some guy that the West needs to model somehow. It's like he changes his narrative about before the the Israelis did 9/11, and now all of a sudden it's the Saudi Arabians and the Chinese did 9/11. How are the Chinese even fucking involved in 9/11? This is gonna be some crazy shit.
Yeah.
The Chicons did everything now. He's changed his narrative so much. It's all the Chicons now. So he's consistently been on some fear porn shit. If you pay attention, it's like he'll put together some pretty important information at the outset, but like, see, that's why I don't really play with shit. Like, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and dream up hypothetical scenarios, like they were just doing that the other night on all of these gossip channels.
Yeah.
Like, it's like they'll make up an even worse conspiracy to disprove the conspiracy. And it's like that doesn't disprove the it's like normie truther shit. Like last night, Chalk Body Outline was saying that they're going to put they're 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 telling you all this child trafficking stuff, because they want to put chips in people. It's like that's the dumbest reason to tell people that there's satanic cults trafficking children.
Yeah.
To get
Yeah.
people to like sign up for chips, something they also wouldn't agree with. Like that's
Right.
like the dumbest like he makes up a fake conspiracy to
Okay.
disprove a conspiracy.
I think I
It's like the
understand
dumbest
though,
shit.
because he's Chalk Body Outline, or Cock Body or whatever they call him, Cock Boy. I think they call him.
That's what I
They
call
call him cocked and loaded or something.
Yeah,
But
that's
like,
what I called him. Yeah, yeah, I called him get cucked up and cock
yeah,
boy
and
out.
they're, you know what? These guys, they're people. They're not wimps. So like saying a thing here and there shouldn't hurt their feelings too bad. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
But
because they're willing
but
to
it's an
like straight
outline.
up
But
diss
my point
people.
is that it's an outline. This isn't the blueprint. This is the this is the out. It's like the first layer. It's like just the outline.
Yeah, the thing
And so
is
they're
that
gonna.
cat, let me tell you what's really going on. This cat is the blueprint, and I'm Illmatic. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is. Okay, that's what this is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the blueprint is extremely important because it could be inherently flawed, and then you're just wasting your time. Yeah, yeah.
Pipe
Like
dream. That's right.
nobody makes an outline and like turns that in as the final copy.
It's just like fifth grade, fucking eighth grade book report versions of what conspiracies are like, and it's just like
Oh,
just
oh my gosh, he's the dude who's believing like, oh yeah, like he believes in the WWE and stuff. Like I think he's still like an actual fan of the WWE, so it's hard to take. You got to really look for the truth there.
let's get chippy. Biosecurity. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's some fear porn
They'll
going
pull the
around.
documents. Hey, look at the documents. But nothing's connected because I think it's designed to disrupt real thinking, actual thinking. I'm not saying I have the best anything, but I spend a lot of time thinking. So I try to share my processes with you because I think that's what's most important right now. Not telling people what to think, but presenting ways one can know how to think. That might sound silly. Well, everyone knows how to think. I disagree. NBIC, Progress in Science and Technology, S&T, is increasingly integrated across disciplines, application sectors, and societal goals. At the core of this process is the first part of the 21st century. Let me increase it for you so you guys can really see this stuff, man. Look at the price of this. See, this is one problem I have with academia and research in general, is some of this stuff is so damn expensive. $29 a chapter. Now, I find ways to get stuff, but they make it very difficult to do really deep research. It's crazy. $900 hardcover book. You thought your textbooks were expensive. I used to complain about $100 textbook. You damn near charging people $1,000 for a book. It's crazy. Progress in science and technology is increasingly integrated across disciplines, application sectors, and societal goals. At the core of this process in the first part of the 21st century is the convergence and emergence of 4 foundational and transformational S&T fields. Briefly,
See, this is the real danger, is that through the see, this is why I said that the whole thing about the multidisciplinary shit and the architectonic arts and why it's so important to engage in that type of understanding and read across different disciplines and learn new skills and to engage in adult education is because at the highest level, right? At at the highest level, they're already trying to seek a convergence between the rule of the experts so that they can create new technologies. And that's going to be a danger because they're going to be speaking between different levels of expertise. So, between different levels of encoding information that normal people cannot attain to, right? And then they're going to be using that to create a new higher level code above it, right? A higher level order above it through a multidisciplinary merger or convergence of information, that's going to be even, you know, two levels removed from the general populace. So it's going to be they're going to start their own competing convergence with information that they have. So, I mean, if the people on the normal level, on the street level don't follow suit, they're quickly going to become controlled because it's like, how are they going to manage fighting against that type of control? It's going to be like, you're literally going to be ruled by a rule of experts that's hidden even from the rule of the experts themselves, right?
I would say it's probably like ancestral, and also like oh, it's vision. I feel like it's vision, man. It's like what you see isn't. Yeah, I think it's like there's an internal in vision, and those things that he's talking about are the distractions on either side that go up, and I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, it's like if you don't have a vision on your own, like you don't have the ability to daydream, you will spoon feed ignorance into your head for countless hours instead of just making up your own visions and catching a vision and daydreaming about shit. It's like they'll steal the daydreams from your fucking eyes. They'll literally project false dreams and visions into your subconscious reality. So it's like, go look at a fucking tree. You have to turn the screens off. You know what I mean? And save your ability to dream and have visions and think on your own without influences, coming in from the outside. That's kind of been a theme for today's show, really. I mean, it's just going off of what the brother is saying. You know what I mean? And he's trying to present the news. And I'm trying to present to you guys the news. And I'm trying to say, well, if what you're looking at, you don't even know where it's coming from or where it's originating from or what it's meant to do for you, then you're better off only trusting, only the information you get from people or from people know, and just leaving it to that. Your basic community and your basic circle of influence. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
yeah.
I want to say one more thing real quick is so this vision, like what is the foundation? What is the reason why you can prove that you have a vision? There's a way you can prove it. And but the basics of it is that no, you wouldn't be here unless it was for one, two, or three maybe major reasons. And you better check those boxes and see what those are and the importance of those things. So not only the daydreams, which I didn't think about that, can be less worth because the vision, the foundation of the vision, that thing I can tell you was never taught to me. I think it's like a remembrance. It really has to do with remembrance, man. And maybe that's why they do those types of rituals where it's like slightly whatever gonna try to give you some out of body experience, some near death experience through these rituals, like uh, because it has something to do with memory and trauma in that case. But dude, the cutting off of the foundational reasons, probably one or two or three of them, and then variations of those words that those people, I gave a little bit of a way that those people did for you. Like, what does it take to raise a human? You know, a lot less than it takes to order Uber Eats, or a lot more than it takes to, you know, yeah. So the memory, though. Sorry, just want to say that.
No, it's dope. It's real. Remembrance. That's right. Meta the Magi. You know, we got some key people out here in the chat. Look within. Look within understood what I'm saying. He's like, all right, then if what you're saying is true, I need to turn this show off right now. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, somebody got it. It's like when Buddha's giving a speech, and then the only person who gets it is Maha Kasyapa, because he just stands there holding a flower up and smiling. That's his only response. and he's like, this guy gets it. You know, the Buddha's like, finally, somebody who got my speech, who got my shitty speech. Turn these screens off and let me go like stare at a fucking tree. You know, but the thing is that, you know, it's a challenge for all of us. You know what I mean? Right? To take in the information that is gonna be able to resonate on a higher level and then move on, take what we need and then go. You know, and we have to cultivate and we have to realize that these medians that we're consuming, and you know, we're both, you know, consumer and producer within this median, you know, that we're being cultivated as well, you know, and that these communities are acts of cultivation. So that we need to understand that, you know, cultivation and modulation is taking place, you know, modulation within and cultivation from across the board, you know, on a level of, you know, across different people, across different communities, right? So, you know, if we don't have awareness of what we're partaking in, right, we can become drawn in, and then we can equate what our thoughts are to the thoughts of the machine, right? So we can fall prey to inflation of the ego, meaning that we are externalizing our ego into these medians. So we are being mediated and controlled, and we think that we're the ones controlling the process. You know, that's called inflation of the ego. You know, that's a double bind situation that's going to basically control you from within. You know, you don't want to be, you know, used by the tools you use. You mean? So yeah, you know, so that's the thing, is that, you know, take what you need and then leave the rest. You know what I mean? And figure out how to read between the lines, right? Because the devil is in the details, right? Don't believe everything you read, right? Figure out why the words are on the page and who put them there. You know, even before figuring out what they're trying to say, right? Okay, and if you don't figure out what they're trying to say, you know, and if you stay focusing on how they're saying it, you're never actually going to get to the meat and bones and the fucking gristle of what the fuck is actually going on here, right? So, you know, what we actually need is methodology. You know what I'm saying? uh Reddington's out here. Oh yeah, Reddington is out here. Hell yeah. Yeah,
So
our
like,
true nature is not of this realm. Hell yeah.
I
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say that when it comes to the remembrance and the understanding of the respect that it takes to for everything that has happened, and to maybe, yeah, be more, or just like kind of be able to see miracles, that like maybe things should, yeah, you can actually see miracles, and You know, there's a very easy. I made these note cards, and I'm gonna try to find them here pretty soon. And because you know, it's like what these cards kind of showed me was like, okay, this is what it is. This is what happens, and then it's like it weirdly allowed me to like shift my vision to like what was literally more important, and it was it's not only practical to my life, everyone else. I mean, unless they're not, you know, I think literally anybody could like write out their own note card like in a similar fashion and see what I'm saying, or see what I was reminded of, and then they would be able to see that for themselves. I just think it's a very interesting um, perspective kind of thing, and it's so easy. The way they do it. When I was making these cards, they just came together. Like just I was trying to put something together for communication between like everybody. Like I think truth is rated E for everybody, and so with that in mind, and knowing communication difficulties between people just pretending that they understand things and shaking their head, and then the memory slips and they're not there the next day in the same, they haven't adjusted at all for even years. So somebody like I kind of made them so somebody like that, I mean, you could just carry it in your pocket. I don't know, I just figured it might help. I'm not selling it on the shelves. It's a free 99. It probably would take a person maybe 10 minutes to like write this down, maybe. And it writes itself, honestly. Once you get the first couple things, it's like, oh, well, this goes here and that goes there. So yeah, I'm gonna try to start sharing that with I don't know, just trying to come up with like a technological way for people to be like, yeah, this simple thing right here is actually visibly correct, and it makes it very
Right.
simple.
Right. Like that's what I figure. Like I'm like thinking like, oh shit, I have like all of these motherfucking like ideas about shit. But like what's more important than like ideas about shit is like how to do certain shit. Like and I feel like I increasingly help people like to just be like how to do shit I've already done. Like a lot of motherfuckers are like, how do I begin the process of writing a book or some shit? And then I just like walk them through like what I did when I started to like write my shit. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's kind of like interesting to like learn how to do things. Like I'm more about like learning how to do shit now. Like acquiring like skills and shit. Like I have enough knowledge and shit. Like I'm tired of gaining information about shit. I feel like I've processed a lot of information.
I
You
think
know what I mean?
people in general feel that way too. That's interesting.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm reflecting back what's actually going on. I'm part of the motherfucking zeitgeist. The Welton Schwang. Zeitgeist means spirit of the times. Welton
So,
Schwang means worldview.
like, I
These are
think
you know
with that point, like, one of the things is like, how do you get people to see inspiration? Like, how do not that just, I think it's partially it's like demasking like a lot of bullshit and just
right.
being like,
Right.
this
Like
is what it is, and this was made with like actual care and respect. So you literally can't hate on it, but if you do, that's fine. Like, yeah, yeah. I didn't make it up. I mean, I didn't put my ancestors here. As far as I'm aware, I don't put the sun up in the sky every day. As far as I'm aware, but some real shit did happen. you know, like some people actually took care of people for years and generations, and And that level of respect that it takes, man, is it's pretty great. It's pretty high.
Oh shit, we got another actual human fungus accumulating in the background here, which is joining the panel with the rest of us feral goblins here on this panel. Is Hanko Flamio. Right?
Hey, Browns boy.
Welcome
Hey,
to a
machine.
panel of feral goblins that are opposed to society, basically the bane of human civilization at this point. Outcast, and scorned.
I'm not
But
necessarily opposed to society. I just say the B system needs to be replaced with the C system.
C system.
Yes.
Hell
They
yeah.
need to see this. They need to see the system. Is that what you're saying?
No, shut down the B system, replace with the C system. We need to upgrade. Upgrade.
You mean they got to go underwater, Atlantis?
Yes.
Sea. They got to go to the sea. Under the sea.
And raid their technology. Atlantis had great stuff according to Plato, so we need to raid their stuff.
Did you just
Exactly?
You said there's a reverse raid idea?
No, we need to get Aquaman up here.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to get Aquaman out here. We need a trident. I need a trident. People talking about Shiva in the chat. Give me a trident. That's a dope ass weapon. Fuck a sword. I want a trident.
Trident philosophy.
Trident philosophy, exactly. What do you think of Days of Noah, Hanko Flamio? You've ventured these interwebs. You're as knowledgeable as I am about who's contributed.
What do you mean by Days of Noah? I don't think I heard of that thing.
Really? Oh shit! You're in for a treat. This is a pretty popular channel called Days of Noah. This was one of my inspirations for starting this broadcast or call-in show or whatever you want to call it. I don't think he does the same type of show. I started doing this show because of Chalk Body Outline, and let me just say his name correctly because I do respect the man. It's not as if I hate anyone. I'm just kind of talking shit. People talk shit about me. I talk shit about them. It's just a little tit for tat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did. Start out. Broadcasting with Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth and Chalk Body Outline, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch this thing at all. I found the page. I never watched a video from him.
Yeah, but due to their cuntish behavior, I transformed them into Soylent Troll Birth and Enslaved by Tortellini and Cockboy Hotline because of their constant I don't know what you want to call it at this point.
Jealousy.
Yeah, jealousy, I guess. You know what I mean? And jealousy for what? You guys are, we're basically in college when you've been doing this for 4 years and gotten nowhere. Now you're competing with me when I've been doing this for just a few months. But I know that Days of Noah is somebody who is a reputable character. And so is Adam Green of No More News, who I've actually had the pleasure of having on this broadcast.
Yes, it's reputable.
Yeah, he's very reputable. I think that these are the type of names or associations that I would like to have because of the type of content they produce. I think that they are one of the finest journalists of our age. If I was going to find out about the news, I'd go to a source that I trust. And for a lot of times, I trust the narrative employed by Days of Noah and Adam Green. They're part of the real inspiration behind why I started this channel. Started talking about the types of issues I talk about, religious issues and and issues relating to the problem of technology. Because and how religion is a technology and philosophy is a technology and all these, those things are obviously interrelate, to quite a high degree. But yeah, because of the architectonic, this word that I keep bringing up, the architectonic, you know, which is the art that creates all other arts, and certain interdisciplinary studies are the basis for that, right? And I think that we all need to get up in that, spread that around so that we can all benefit from each other instead of having to rely on systems and machines and programs and
Yeah, here's the thing.
agendas. You know what I mean?
We have systems, machines, and programs because most people are not trustworthy, they're not consistent. So we use the system.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we use the machines to smooth over the bumps made up the bumpy people.
Right, it's the deficiency in people that's causing the deficiency. That's causing the overcompensation in terms of using the system.
Yeah,
and that's causing the basically us to overdevelop machines and underdevelop humans.
Yeah,
Basically,
I can agree with that. But
yeah,
I'm a trainer, and I just don't have the resources to develop people the rest of the way. I mean, we love like here at work. I need more PE. They get make sure some of these people don't get hurt, and I just don't have the time or the authority to do so. To implement physical education.
Yeah, my motherfucking camera is gone again. I don't know why the StreamYard seems to malfunction so much, but yeah, it'll
Make
just
sure
cut
your
out.
browser's up to date.
Yeah, it's something like that. Some type of internal problem I need to fix. But yeah, until then, I guess we'll just watch this goddamn thing. I'll come back into the StreamYards in a minute here.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Hank. Yeah, so I guess this is the first time you're watching Days of Noah, huh?
Yeah, it's the first time watching them. But that's like I said yesterday, that art's more important than science because science is a subset of art.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation for a little while. A little 5-minute blip on Flow State last night. And I said that technique is the master of science, but skill is the master of art. A skill can be more personalized than technique. Technique is impersonal.
Yes.
So I thought that that art is more human, was my summation of it. But yeah, because science can, science, look at transhumanism, the religion of science. It imagines almost a world that's post-human,
Well,
so
transhumanism is not science, it's engineering. Which is
right. But I'm saying the mythos of transhumanism, it imagines a post-human world. The way art, like, maybe art might get there, but like art wouldn't just think like, oh yeah, planets and shit, the grass and shit, like without humans and fucking robots.
Counterexample sci-fi.
Yeah, it's sci-fi, but the thing is that's why it's called sci-fi, right?
Yes.
It's infested with scientific thought, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
sci-fi and fantasy is pretty much the same thing. It's
like you're saying it's sciencey art,
it's a stupid brand distinction because sci-fi is just fantasy, just with another sticker on it. We were just honest about sci-fi is just fantasy.
Well, that's what's funny you said that, because the concept of post-human from Gibson, from William Gibson, it comes from sci-fi. So yes. it purports a world ruled by science that where human beings play a secondary role to the world of technology. And yeah. This is a concept that's invaded art.
Yeah. But how is that different from Tolkien? How really is that different from Tolkien when
it's not? It's not, because look at the trees and shit. The fucking trees are talking about humans in the same way. They're talking about, a post-human world. You know what I'm talking about in Lord of the Rings, the fucking trees?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're talking about human destruction and all of this stuff, and about the evils of technology, and then the Eye of Sauron and the ingenuity of the city of those trolls and shit. Like they show it being technological, so I mean, yeah, he's employing the same ethos, so art has always rang warning bell. You know, as Ezra Pound says, artists are the antennas of the human race. You know, which is a kind of a interesting statement, but you know, it purports to say that, you know, yeah, they've been warning people about this post-human world. You know, which is unfortunate from their standpoint because they're artists. They make art for humans.
See, that's just isn't post-human world. That's just an idea.
Well, there's lots of ideas.
Like I was just thinking about like technique isn't personal. Did you say something like to that effect?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he said art's personal, technique is impersonal. Well,
More impersonal, you know, I would
Yeah.
argue. You know.
Yes, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying, and I do see a celebration of uh I guess maybe nominal technique. I see such a celebration on that. Like even in like in it basically I see it in descriptions. So it's like the same, you know, how many games of baseball, how many years of baseball, how many pitches, how many home runs, like it's the same shit. Okay? But they'll sit there and they'll be like, "Oh, the way this person turns their wrist. Wow, like that technique just that doesn't make that person special at all, in my opinion, because they're just hitting a baseball. Like like that's not transfer. Like that's a gamed system avenue of over description and over highlighting nothing other than hand-eye coordination and some $19 hot dogs.
Yeah, the hot dogs are too expensive, but it's a game. Some people like it. I don't care about it, and that's pretty much as far as I go.
Thanks. He's got it figured out. Good shit, Hank. Yeah. And the hot dogs are too expensive. Yes.
Called Nano, Bio, Information, and Cognitive, NBIC. This is the new scientific paradigm the Earth is shifting to. This is paramount. I don't care about no damn aliens. I don't care about politics at this point because the left, the right, the good, the bad, whatever your dialectic is, all moving towards this direction. Canada has the Biodigital Convergence Project. UK has a Human Augmentation Project. We've talked about Japan's Moonshot Project. There's a lot of these different projects. These are some of the major ones. Korea company UNIST, UNIST.
Biodigital convergence. That's post-human right there because they're dealing with a merging between organic and artificial, right? So instead of trying to create thinking machines external to the human mind, well, they might just want to just merge human beings to the machine, see how that goes for a while, you know, and then try out what that synthesis involves and then try to extrapolate from that what a thinking machine might be like. Because if you have human plus machine, you can then extrapolate from that, extract the human, and just go with the machine and just try to get the machine with the thinking of the human inside of it, you know, by merging it with the human. I guess that's their secondary protocol.
Yeah,
obviously.
in my industry, it's going that way with the ring scanners, and because we get the machines to load stuff, is just we can't. The physics don't even work with the technology, so we're going the other way with the ring scanners. Just have humans in the key spots to actually move the stuff around into the right position. We had to use techniques because we need to get the stuff going so everyone gets their stuff in time. So that's just the way it works.
We need a metaversal distiller. So we could just get the metaversal fluoride out of the metaverse.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a cleanse, you know, and what do they call it? A purge, you know, especially or something like that.
Yeah, I'm try not to be in favor of purge because there's too many people going at me saying I'm not a real human, I'm a beast, or I'm a machine already. So I won't be in favor of purge unless I'm already king. Then I just get to purge whatever I want.
Well, those are some thoughts, kingly thoughts from a magnanimous man, Hank. I mean, what is this? TML humans merge with machine. Me, hand caught in blender. Funny. Okay. Art in the past was either beautiful or political. Nothingness compared to skills. Yeah. Yeah. Compared to skills. Yeah, skills. Yeah. It required more skill to complete the art that we had back in the past, now there's 2 steps. Look at the video games. They're like movies with buttons.
Well, some of them are. Like,
Yeah, even
I
the
just got
yeah,
the.
even the video games are worse. Yeah.
Well, you could just pick better video games. There's like millions of them now. I just
Yeah, but that's the
yesterday I got
problem is like there's so many, it's hard to choose. Like you have to almost be an expert on what the good fucking types of video games are just to play a good fucking video game. It's like I don't have
yeah,
time to figure out what the good games are.
that's true. We do need to be an expert to
Right?
pick the
It's
right
like
games.
there's so many games. It's like that's why I'm like that's why I still got my N64 and shit and like I'll just get the old games. I have
Yeah.
emulators for like Sega Genesis and shit. Just the old games. It's just like I'll still play the old fucking games.
Yeah, if I could make a living, I could literally do that. I'm qualified to figure out which games suck and which ones don't. Like Hyperrogue, I got the Orb of Yendor yesterday. That's not like a movie at all, but it's you have to, but the world's all weird because there's more straight lines and stuff because it's hyper parallel because a hyperbolic world, and if we go straight, it will just gamble around, so you don't go the exact same way back unless you put down dead orbs or something. But it's not like a movie at all. It's total mindfuck.
I like how my viewer count goes from like 36 to like 26, like, and then it goes up to 40, and then it just goes back down. It's just like people are like like it's like a fucking garage sale. Like motherfuckers like come check it out, like and they just like leave. Like
Yeah, exactly.
This shit is fucking hilarious. Dude. Like it's like a metaversal garage sale. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us here.
Yakub News, I think maybe.
Yakub News. Thank you for joining us, the Yakub News viewers.
For transhumanism. The problem with this is essentially
his editing throws me off. It's like, dog, just say this shit in one shot. Like all my videos are me talking in one shot. Like I don't know, like that jumpy style of editing,
But he must be doing something right. But wow, his things are now worth something. He has a few K subscribers, so he must be doing something right.
Oh, he's got epic numbers, for sure. Yeah. He's definitely up there in terms of numbers. Yeah.
Transhumanist types of technologies, devices, communities, right? When we think of smart communities.
And I remember when he had 50K subscribers, like the Crucible people. I remember when he was at that level too. I used to watch him when he had that many subscribers too. So it's interesting to see his shit double and grow and like that.
Is being developed right now. They're deploying 5th gen tech everywhere now to support these types of technology. And when you figure some of these things out and you start actually digging into it, you realize, wow, no one's really aware of what's happening. We're not going to recognize our environments in a few years, at least the way we do today. All right. So when we get NBIC, we get nanotechnology merged with biotechnology, merged with informatics, merged with cognitive technology, Musk, Neuralink, and the work of Neuralace, and the Obama's brain initiative. All the DARPA brain work. All of these different areas are.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in some of our earlier broadcasts, how the whole science of cybernetics has to do with the study of mind. They're trying to replicate mind external to the processes of minds external to the human mind, in terms of trying to mechanize the processes of the human mind, especially different systems of logic, that they use for the switches and the systems of machines. They built a rudimentary computer. Actually, C.S. Peirce thought of, he was somebody who expounded on the study of semantics and the use of symbols, and how symbols can be used, and codes, and all of these things, code information. And these systems would be employed in symbolic logic, and you could use these logical systems. You could have a machine perform these functions, and that's how a computer was actually formed. The first computer.
And
So
current computers. I mean, this is an old
yeah, it's a
thing.
model for how the mind works. It's
Yeah.
an externalized model for how the mind works.
Yeah.
How else would it have been made? Yeah.
This is how current computers work. This is an old design. It's called von
Yeah.
Neumann architecture, and they originally prototyped this on Lisp machines, but Unix just ran faster, so we moved to Unix and Linux systems and ported that stuff over to Unix because it wasted less processing power to do the same work.
Yeah, let me try to get my Bateson. Bateson's got an interesting, because Bateson actually invented cybernetics, and he was part of the OSS, and also he was involved in the Lindisfarne Institute and the MK Ultra study, as well. But yeah, he has this interesting notion about mind, and how mind is related to the study of computers. Let me go ahead and try to find this. He says our explanation for certain purposes will go round and round that circuit. In principle, if you explain or understand anything in human behavior, you are always dealing with total circuits, completed circuits. This is the elementary cybernetic thought, he says. And actually it can be applied to society. So the science of cybernetics was actually first applied to society and ecology. He wrote a book called Ecology of Mind. And yeah, the model for cybernetics is actually the human mind, and also human society. And so it's interesting.
I think that's looked at as like a secretive mission, right? Like there's a secretiveness about what because obviously you don't just believe what they tell you, right? So
It's not secret. It's just nerdy. We could just get the papers. It's just nerdy, and no one wants to read it. Just like Wolfram stuff's just been out there, but just he has no viewers.
Wait.
It's not a secret. It's just no one wants to. There's barely anyone wants to read it because it's nerdy.
Gotcha. So you think what's written is all that there is to it?
There's always more stuff, but it's not hidden. It's just buried. It's not hidden on purpose, at least. It's just hard to get to.
Could you see somebody using that language? Well, I guess never mind. It's a stupid question. Everybody, yeah. I just think, yeah. So there's a version of fear porn about that too, right?
Of course. There's I think there's a word in there for that. I think.
I'm just gonna listen. I'm just gonna pay attention but I will say this, dude. I have a friend that literally went to a DARPA college that When I talked to him after not seeing him for a long time, like he's extremely bright, and this is the type of stuff that he talks about. But since I had no real understanding of it, what he said to me didn't, just immediately click as truth. But yeah, there is some I'm gonna try to get him to expound on what he on his experiences and what he wants to share about. Yeah, I know his outlook isn't that great. Like he's not very happy, excited about it, but there's yeah, information is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I keep trying to find this motherfucking quote, but I can't find it. But yeah, this guy Bateson, in his Steps to an Ecology of Mind, you go look at that. He's talking about nature as cybernetic system, and also he's quoting Alfred Russel Wallace, who found the theory of evolution with fucking Darwin and shit. But yeah, man, this shit is fucking interesting. He's talking about human behavior being like a cybernetic mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at what he says here. He says the cybernetic epistemology, which I have offered you, would suggest a new approach. The individual mind is immanent, but not only in the body, it is immanent also in the pathways of messages outside the body. There's a larger mind, of which the individual mind is only a subsystem. This larger mind is comparable to God. So this is fucking some weird shit.
Yeah, that's pretty much the egregore model, except I have
That's
sub
right.
gods in between.
Yeah.
So
That sounded like a shaitan salesman being like, it's comparable.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You guys ever hear the word comparable before? Doesn't that prove a lot?
yeah,
Or a little, it's up to you, but you heard comparable, right?
yeah. And so for fear porn, Internet Rule 34 covers that, and 35 covers any exception to Rule 34. So there's porn, but no exceptions. So that includes fear porn. So we'll make sure everyone's scared of everything eventually.
That's what the Days of Noah character was talking about. Fear porn. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Now being combined, I want to show you how everything we've been experiencing over the last few years is directly connected to the development of this new scientific paradigm that will change our very existence, how we be and how we do in the world. Each of these four foundational S&T fields has a basic building block that is an atom, gene, information bit, or neuronal synapse. It interacts with other fields with the NBIC system at all length and time scales and levels of complexity. Okay, has a similar computational architecture building from its respective elements up to macroscopic systems and leads to conceptually new opportunities for knowledge, technology, and socioeconomic advancement. This is why politics and social issues are being promoted so much now, because they're creating technological solutions for them, plugging us into these types of biosensorial systems. Unifying concepts of NBIC that were first introduced in 2001. We went over the paper, Bush era paper on the backup, for those that want to actually see me read through it. Okay, but this goes all the way back to 9/11, where a lot of this stuff started, man. Now we do understand some of the technology goes back to the 90s and some.
Okay, I found this quote. It says the elementary cybernetic system with its messages in circuit is in fact the simplest unit of mind. The transform of a difference traveling in a circuit is the elementary idea. More complicated systems are perhaps more worthy to be called mental systems. But essentially, this is what we are talking about. The unit, which shows the characteristic of trial and error, will legitimately be called a mental system. Very interesting. And he says that you could apply that to an ecology, you can apply that to a city, and you can apply that to a human individual, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna clip that because I was looking for a elementary unit. So that
Yeah, I can also message you the exact quote. I got it for you. Right? So yeah, no worries.
yeah, go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I got you. I got your back. Yeah, it's from Steps to an Ecology of Mind by Gregory Bateson, and I also have a cool presentation on it by Terrence McKenna that I think you'll like. Right? You know, he talks about it too. But yeah, and he also connects it with the theories of Alfred Russel Wallace, which yeah, it looks like he read Bateson because Bateson mentions Wallace and his theories. You know, Alfred Russel Wallace is like a 33-degree Freemason, and he's actually the guy who invented the theory of evolution, and Darwin stole from him. You know, essentially, and his included nature having a teleology. You know, unlike Darwin's model, which is basically naturalistic, and so it falls flat on its face because it can't. It doesn't have any causes to why things are evolving, right?
Yeah, it just evolved for no reason, which
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
make any sense.
I think they just use it as a way to confuse, not mutation, but like adaptation. I think they just use it as a way to confuse adaptation to fit. I think it's just one miniature lie. There's probably like it tells some truth, but it's just not in the right amplitude or the right.
Oh, I like how they call Max Weber, the German pronunciation, to make it harder to find his name.
Could be. I mean, yeah, it could be something like even.
Even
Yeah,
though
that
he keep
fits the
Marx with the
description.
English pronunciation. We give Karl Marx an English pronunciation and Max Weber the German pronunciation to make it easier to find one and harder to find the other. Like that.
You know what they say, man. You're right, but seek and ye shall find. Gotta want it. They're not gonna give it to you, but I have found one small little thing that seems to work. Whatever they tell you to do, hypothetically, do the opposite.
Well, that's where they trap you because sometimes they give you the right thing.
Well, at least they didn't trap me at first, right?
Yeah. So I'll say no and ask them to explain.
Or is it just to show that you're trapped and here's the way to think about things?
Yeah. So a lot of times it's say no and just force and start a negotiation rather than just do the opposite because because
sure.
that's an easy trap to throw someone in by just giving well not just give a list of things and not all of them are wrong. So when you get them to do the opposite thing, you still get them caught up somewhere.
I see what you're saying. A little bit of pattern recog. Yeah. Don't paint it all with one brush, yeah. For sure.
All the way back to the 60s. We get it. We've been talked about it, but this stuff has been underway for quite some time. By Rocco and Bainbridge, aim at achieving a better understanding of nature, branching out from the new R&D results to create novel S&T platforms, creating new products and services, and improving human potential in activities such as working, learning, and aging. These technologies will be revolutionizing the way we work, the way we learn, and the way we even age. You guys know what that means? This is genetic, hormonal. I mean, this is eugenics, liberal transhumanism, liberal eugenics right here. The NBIC convergence concept brings cognitive sciences together with the physical, chemical, and biological sciences into a system of foundational, transformative, intellectual, and technical tools. Right? So we have to understand what this new system is that we're being introduced to. Convid was an initiation period. Today we'll be focusing.
There he goes again with that, with those hot bombs. But yeah, but the thing is that this fucking shit with the pharmacogenomics. I mean, that is a real ugly science, is it not? I mean, how can they really get away with something like that and not claim that it's eugenics? I mean, they just rebrand something pharmacogenomics and say we're going to tailor treatments to your genetic expression, and somehow people don't get the picture that they're actually fucking with people's genes, and they're trying to call the herd. I mean, and they're trying to develop and engineer certain humans. This is bioengineering. I mean, but it's being done on humans without their approval, I guess. I mean, right? It's being foisted on them. I mean, can you imagine some shit like this? This is the
Oh,
reality of things.
easily, especially with the broadcast towers and like just all the radio frequencies that I guess if you could see every second the amount of frequencies, like I guess it would just scare the. I guess I guess it would fear porn you into not wanting them around you.
Well, I can't see them. I just told my phone up; it can find them. I know that the radio's the light's going through. Your phone appears supposed to pick up most of those.
Your phone?
So, yes, the radio frequency. You get the 5G, your 4G, your FM, and your AM. I mean, it's just, of course you can see it coming through.
Do you think that there's a correlation to the, I guess you could call it, from me lack of a better term, biohacking ability of those radio waves, or to on a cellular, maybe molecular level?
Not more than sunlight. Yeah, not any more than sunlight.
Then, yeah.
Which is also on the same spectrum, still does the same stuff.
I don't know if you put like some dude with the fucking microwaves, it's fucking just gonna boil your insides out, But if you fucking just sit there with fucking sunlight, I mean, human beings have been dealing with sunlight for thousands of years. They haven't been dealing with motherfucking frequencies and low frequency electronic radiation and shit for not even 100 years now. So there's actually no tests on what the long term it's gonna do to humans. So I mean, in a way, you don't really know what you don't know.
That
doesn't mean it's safe.
You think the higher energy rays will do less damage to lower energy waves? That's what you're saying.
What?
I mean, do you even know how the microwave works?
Well, in terms of healing,
the microwave
oven. Yeah, do you even know how?
No. I'll tell you right now. There's radiation units per cell phone, and they're FDA approved because 10 years or more of exposure of them can do damage to you, including cause you cancer.
Okay,
so that's not made up.
Explain to me how a microwave oven heats up food.
No, I'm not. I'm not making an analogical case. I'm just saying that if you carry the cell phone functions on the same wave as the things, as the microwave. So and also that there's a radiation limit for cell phones approved by the FDA. So they admit that it's dangerous, Hank.
Yeah, tell me how a microwave oven heats up food, please.
Competition.
By heating up the water molecules, vibrating the water molecules inside the food.
Okay, we got basic understanding at least. Okay.
Of course we have basic understanding. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, Hank?
Come on. I double check.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Come on, buddy.
Okay.
Let's be real here.
Yeah.
No, I know how a fucking microwave works. I'm not a dunce, but yeah.
But like,
I'm telling you. Do you know that cell phones are dangerous for you, Hank?
Everything around me is dangerous for me.
That's not the question I asked.
But yes, the cell phone's dangerous. So is my car. So is the sniper used to make you see me. So
is
my
your car on a cellular level? Is your car on a molecular level?
Yes,
Right.
my car can kill me on a molecular level. Absolutely.
Right. All of these
It does all
engineered
this-
products, right? All of these engineered products are dangerous for us. There's things in nature that can poison us. I'm not saying that nature is a solution to technology. I'm not that smooth brained as to make such a simple ass claim as that, to be
Yeah.
a simple minded fool like that. But what I am acknowledging is what has been acknowledged is that the radiation from the cell phones is causing a unique level of harm to human beings, and we don't know long term what it's going to do to us. And also that they have done studies and they have put limits on the cell phones. You know,
Yeah.
if you look at and I've presented this information on the show many times because people are unaware that you could actually look up the radiation units per cell phone because they're FDA approved. The FDA themselves, they won't allow you to produce a cell phone that produces a certain amount of radiation because they've deemed that the radiation may have harmful effects to humans.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
true.
making this up.
It's literally in the manual of every phone, really. It
And
tells you what
I,
the limits are supposed to be.
Right.
I want to say one thing about this too. Like, okay, so that scale that was just presented of uh the okay, so there is competition between good probably waves and like ones that aren't good for you. So like if you want to heal, you don't go to the microwave, you go to the sun. So there, and then
No, because the sun can give you cancer too. So it's
so
it's not
okay.
that simple.
Yeah, I know, but you're talking like in absolute terms without saying that they claimed that their technology, which to me, this is a side opinion, seems like an ends to a mean, or seems like means to an end.
Yeah.
But regardless, they say that a certain portion of it becomes dangerous. Okay, so they already don't have good things in mind for people. Then even they tell you that it's dangerous. That's 2 red flags. The third one is if anybody would say, well, anything less than that is actually it's healing, or it's not you could say it's not as bad, but it's still shit.
Yeah. You just have to decide if it's worth it to get your stuff
This is the
tech up.
This is the limited amount per cell phone that
Yeah.
you're allowed to have right now. It's 1.6 watts per kilogram, and that's per absorption rate because they understand that your body's absorbing the radiation. So they predict that so that's why they have a limit. You know, so 1.6 watts per kilogram SAR is a value that corresponds to relative amount of radiation frequency energy absorbed in the head for a wireless handset. And of course there's different amounts per device. So I mean, it is what it is. And it's funny that it's SAR like SARS. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
funny.
funny.
I also think it's funny. I could make a case that most of that is not needed. I mean, whatever. Just like I could say most of that is shit, but I can't say that about the sun. I can't say like the sun is shit. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
someone will.
Right.
Don't worry if you won't. Someone will, because people say don't go going back
well,
and block
that's
out
the
the sun.
thing. That's where it goes to. But that's not where it ends. That's just where it goes to next.
Yeah. So some people will say we need to block out the sun because it's dangerous. So
Yeah, and if you go to what the sun's doing for you, well, we need the sun. You know, we don't actually need the machines. So it's kind of a moot point. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you actually trying to say? You're trying to say that
we may not need machines, but if we got rid of them, 99% of people who's living now would not be able to maintain their existence. So
yeah, but can you compare
most
that
of
to
us
sunlight? Can you compare that to sunlight? Like life would be
so
gone
one more
without the sun.
percent will not be able to maintain their existence without the sunlight.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, but that's a critical 1%, wouldn't it? It would be all. As
really
opposed to
I really
like what,
well,
like what, like how's that 1%
99%
not
is
like
even harsher than
critically
Thanos.
important? Like,
We
Well,
wouldn't be
99%
talking.
is worse than Thanos, so I'm not for getting rid of most literally the radiation spectrum
yeah, I
and the
mean 90.
machines. So
Yeah, I mean 99% of people may be useless, but 100% of people not existing. I mean, yeah, I
yeah.
mean that's nonsense. And like well, what would even cause us to?
Well, I don't think it's worth it to get rid of 99% of that people at this moment.
I
That
wouldn't agree with that either, Hank.
nobody is saying that they do, but you were just saying that you were just comparing 99% to eliminating all of them.
Yes.
But by comparing what technology does to us from what the sun does to us. The sun does
With it
inexplicably more than technology ever can.
now, does the sun have ends or means that justify an end?
I don't know
I
what the
think
sun's
so,
plan
because
is.
it's been pretty repetitive and it's been
I
pretty cyclical.
I don't understand the sun's plan.
And it's like does its own thing. I gotta press a microwave to get it to work.
Yeah, press a microwave oven to get it to work.
Yeah, I appreciate this this idea, looking at this, because I never would have thought, I never would have put the sun and total human destruction. I would have never put those two together um, through
Yeah,
technology.
Illumitami, it's not about science or pseudoscience. Ye shall know them by their fruits. If you
Yeah.
were looking at science or pseudoscience, it's produced piles of fucking trash. So it doesn't matter to distinguish between the two at this point. One is new age nonsense, and the other is you know but a religion of progress that has usurped all value for anything that actually has value in this world. So real science is just as bad as pseudoscience in my fucking opinion, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
I pretty much
Maybe
had the same opinion, but I would say pseudoscience is a little bit worse.
Yeah, and he doesn't understand that all of science comes out of what he now terms pseudoscience. So it's actually a moot point because what you call
Yes.
science back, what you call pseudoscience now was actually just science back in the day. Read Thomas Kuhn, motherfucker,
Yeah.
and then
So the
and then
science you
make an
call
educated point. Yeah,
okay.
science is just a useful part of the
I mean,
pseudoscience.
it's not. Yeah, I think it's if you just read what he said and take it as an interesting point, I don't know.
no, I'm trying to bait him to do this. Welcome to the panel, Lumatami.
It worked.
What's up, dude?
I love this guy.
I could do
I'm
the
a
poll
fan of
thing.
Lumatami.
I did.
Tommy, spit that game, dude. Spit that
Yeah,
science
are you
Don't do
game.
guys
that
all
slave
happy?
thing.
Do y'all accept your responsibility in the fucking shit show that this whole fucking community is at this point?
Absolutely.
Like
I'm
what kind of
I'm above it.
philosophy bro shit is that? Well, science and pseudoscience, same difference. No, it's totally different. Because there is a
Qualitatively,
real science. There is a real science
there is
that's
no
not hot
difference.
garbage. Well, you'd have to know the difference. Science is
Right.
just science. It doesn't change except for with new information. Pseudoscience is what you guys all cling to and say, this science, that's why science stupid.
What's the thing that okay, but provide an example of what somebody here claimed was science that you think is pseudoscience.
Okay, like half the fucking environmental stuff, like there really is global warming of both a man affected and natural biblical occurrence.
You're
And they
talking
really
about
are
you're
trying to block the sun out because of it.
you're
Yeah,
talking
that's a good
about
point.
what Days of Noah was saying?
I don't know. There's a lot of days of Noah. That's pretty broad. That's generalized what days of Noah was saying. Like
Well,
that he
I don't know.
does
I'm just
6
kind of going
hours
off of
every
what
other.
he's saying. He's talking about
I didn't even bring him up, man. I didn't even bring him the fuck up. And
Yeah,
it's
just come
Oh
like
up
these
with it.
shit.
people in the chat. There's people in the chat that's saying, I'm gonna need a picture of that. So you want a picture for proof when you're not denying pictures as proof. That's why this community fucking sucks. And then Adam Lanza's sitting here. He can't decide if he wants to suck Paul off or mediate for Paul or just be part of the fucking problem, which he always has been. You got a lot of nerve coming into this community being a fucking shit troll and then acting like
you
you're
got a
here
lot
to
of
fix
nerve
it.
believing it's a
Do
community.
me next. Do me next.
Oh, it is a community. The term community being if I name a person or a channel and none of us go, who's that? That's what how many times do I have to loop that shit?
Where
Probably
pull
like
this
520
shit.
more.
Why are you
Hold on,
pulling
who-
this we shit, Tommy?
Hold
I mean,
on.
it's too late in the game to be
You
pulling
very
some
much
we
come into the fold as we.
Who?
You're
Do me
not
next.
you're not any better sitting up here asking whenever you ask Kank, who the fuck does he think he's talking to? You don't know you're on a globe, Machine Lies. Tell me how smart you are.
Hold on, you just changed the subject a lot there.
I think he
No,
knows.
no, it's
humbug.
one big subject, Adam.
Humbug.
Shit show. And now you're on that toilet bowl earth tip where you're just gonna get
That's some
loud. And he's a
Uyghur
piece of
shit.
too.
Don't be a
piece of
Uyghur,
shit, too.
Tommy. Don't be a
Yo.
fucking Uyghur.
And then there's a couple people in the chat. They want to talk that shit every time I show up. They don't want to show up where I can not have them mod godded. Let them speak for themselves. Where they'll show they ain't
Ooh.
shit.
And this has to do with pseudoscience.
Oh, you're gonna act like you're
Hey, Jamal.
conveniently confused. You fucking piece of shit.
I'm gonna act like you're conveniently confused.
Oh, I see what you did there. How you flipped it, and only the autistic kids laughing at you. You're a piece of shit, Adam.
I'm up 2-1 on you right now.
Oh, are you keeping score? I thought you said
No,
my
I'm just
problem
fucking
is I'm
paying
keeping
attention.
score.
It's called paying attention.
Yeah, and you can't. I'm very much on top of what I'm saying, and you're just gonna disrupt it because you're a troll piece of shit. Except for when you're acting like you're gonna mediate for Paul Freestade. Am I allowed to say his name today? You guys fucking drive me nuts. Oh, now it's a win if somebody comes up to my panel and just doesn't say a thing. Now people he's been the pain in the ass of saying, oh, you got wrecked because he didn't say anything when he finally came up on your panel.
Yeah, that was stupid.
It
I
was
think I
stupid. It
think
was
I told him it was
fucking
stupid,
moronic.
too.
And now tonight I got to go in on that garbage pile toilet
Yeah,
bowl
but
earth
you
for
should have.
saying that
Yeah,
was
but
a
you
win.
should have just backstaged him if he didn't say anything, or you should
I
have just. not
did.
talked
I
at him.
did, and I even shared the whole screen so people could watch him leave from backstage.
That's true.
And then the cult goes, he wins, and that's why it's okay. He's gonna be a pain in everybody's ass because you guys don't know how to put out a fucking forest fire.
No,
And because
he's gotta.
one motherfucker is
you're
gonna
right.
flip and say Paul wins, that's
No,
why
you're
he'll
right.
still
No,
be
you're
a
right.
win.
He definitely didn't win. Like he's got to come harder than that to actually win. But
Damn
yeah,
right.
Gotta say a fucking thing. He
He's
didn't
gotta say
say
something.
anything. And every
Yeah.
time he went in the back, he'd just cam up and wave and then wait and say nothing. Because I always knew he had nothing. Because he has nothing. He just has cult following. Just like Owen Benjamin. That's all he's got.
No, but
I wouldn't even go that far.
Well, yeah, Owen Benjamin actually says some things once in a while.
Yeah.
no, but I
But
wasn't.
then, and this is how I'm wrapping it back around to Adam Lanza.
Thank
Why
you.
would you walk around
Uh-oh.
with that dude
He's
acting like
turned
you're
this
gonna
attack-
embed or something
the
by
attack
like
of Lanza.
because
I wanna hear.
apparently you missed Machine Lies. Apparently you're still behind it. That motherfucker was rolling around with Paul acting like he's gonna mediate everybody into a peace powwow.
I
That's-
seen it all. I see. I
Then
see
why
it
are you
all.
acting oblivious? You make me
I'm
feel
not
like I'm
acting
taking
oblivious.
crazy
He
pills.
just-
It's okay, dude. It's okay.
It
Fuck
doesn't.
you, Adam Lanza.
He
Eat
just
shit
doesn't
and
care.
die.
It's not.
It's just
he knows
not
about
like
it.
a
He just
top.
doesn't care.
It's hard to imagine Paul at peace with anybody.
It's
So-
just Tommy.
Oh,
You're saying
okay.
things a
Then
certain way.
watch yesterday's Jack Talcott. It's equally disgusting that to damage control his shit show showing up on my panel, he's gonna sit and have a heart-to-heart with Jack for like 3 hours, and it's fucking disgusting. It's like
Jack's
come
a
up
different thing.
and do that heart-to-heart shit when somebody's wrecking your fucking bullshit.
Jack's a different thing because Jack
Heart to
tries to
heart.
be above it all, and it is bullshit. And
Yeah, and you're as late.
because
You're never gonna be newer than you are. You're never gonna be older than you are on this. Like you're completely lost all the time playing your little word games, Hank. It's
Yeah, of
why
course.
we excuse
I'm
your
retarded.
autism.
We have established that
Like
way.
whenever you were saying, "Oh, don't be scared of Luma, Tommy. It's just Daddy Paul. He's not scary. Come up on his panel." No, you were way past the history of why it's a thing to not go on his panel and
Yeah,
why
but
you empower
yeah, but
him
the
to
thing
keep
with
showing up.
Yeah, but the thing with Hank is, if I talk to Hank, I'm giving a presentation on Discordianism. He's actually has a book by Margot Adler and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
what
there's all
book
this stuff.
somebody wrote? I know. I like Hank. He just needs
He's
to
got
know when
real
he needs
shit.
to remember when to shut the
That's
fuck
why.
up.
Yeah, that's
He
why
needs
earlier
to
when you were
understand
saying
when
that,
he's not assisting anything.
but that's why when you were saying that I was grandstanding, I
You
actually
got
don't
him showing
grandstand.
the book.
There's
You got
lots
him
of things
showing off
that.
the book.
Yeah,
Next,
there's
he's gonna
lots of
break
things
out
that.
the tarot cards.
That's
Yeah, there's
true.
lots
Show
of
and
things
tell
that.
all
Let me
over
bring out
again.
some tarot cards for you.
That was a sick circle back to Lanza though. That really lands it a long time.
Nobody Jen
You really know how
Psaki
to
back to
land.
you.
You really know how
That's
to land a joke.
you're a microphone. You're a microphone whore. Is all you are.
Yeah, you're
Nobody.
welcome,
Nobody
Tommy.
Jen
We got the
Psaki
book,
back
we
to
got the
you.
I'm
cards.
okay.
What else am I gonna get?
This
Hard
is
hat
good.
next. Should I get the
God,
hard hat
he's
next?
Look what
showing
we've
telling
created.
you.
Look what we've created.
On the shit.
So got the book, we got the cards. What's next, Prophet Tommy?
It's definitely entertaining.
No, it's not. It's looping. It's looping. You understand that? You
Yes.
understand what looping is?
I'm just trying to get to a loop I would like to be on.
Oh, you and me both, buddy. You and me both.
Yeah.
Starting to play around with that whole bullet for lunch thing.
I
But
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm just trying to tell you,
I think
I
it's
know,
chicken
I
today,
understand basic science. Like I understand how a microwave works. That's why I wasn't even grandstanding. I was just telling Hank, like I know
didn't
how.
say
the
you were
microwave works.
grandstanding. I said the idea that science and pseudoscience, mush them all together, same diff. No, it's not. It's not at all.
Okay, I want you to explain the difference to me, Tommy.
Right, but where's the demarcation, dude? Like you still didn't make one.
Yeah, tell us the difference between science and pseudoscience, please.
Pseudoscience is this far leftist religion of just believe what we're feeding you and change your lifestyle accordingly. And science is just you can know the shit. Like when I say you're on a globe, you can know it for yourself. There's no institution, there's no fucking Big Brother, there's no
How the fuck are
NASA.
you gonna find
It's
that out
you
for
can just
yourself?
know you're on a globe.
What?
And as many times as I show that, people
I
keep
heard
going,
it.
you keep ranting, you keep doing rants, right? You haven't showed me nothing. You're a
Who's
fucking
ranting?
crazy person. It's like, no, I just spelled it out for you and you showed that was a waste of time.
Yeah, it's an okay explanation, but it's not. We can do a fair explanation.
But I just showed you the truth. Did you see? I showed you the truth that there's no curve. I showed you there's no curve. No, I told you why that video wasn't shit, and you still stand on it.
So that's why I say it's all art. The science is a useful part that allows us to make new technology.
Fuck Rocky Shepard. He was the last one to go up and have toilet bowl earth make a fool of him. Fuck you, Rocky. I'm sick of you.
Absolutely did not. He absolutely did not make a
toilet bowl
fool
earth
of
when you
Rocky.
need help.
No. Toilet bowl earth made a fool of himself again. How are you gonna narrate that as he got made a fool of by
Did you see when me and Rocky were up on his show, or are you just doing the fucking
I was
Hank
talking
dance?
about the communism thing, the capitalism communism
Oh,
thing. That's
well,
the
you
only part I
didn't
watched.
point that out. Are we all supposed to read your fucking mind that you're talking about the communism thing? I'm talking about
the
when me and
same
Rocky
show
were
you're
up on
talking
his
about.
fucking panel. You're
I'm talking
garbage
about the same show you're
you're
talking about.
garbage too, Machine Lies. You're garbage.
How do you not know the fucking show I'm talking about?
Thank you for recognizing our status, Tommy.
No, but what I just point out a different part of the same fucking show, and the guy fucking loses his mind and leaves the panel.
See,
Whatever,
but
bro.
look at that. He left on his own. We didn't have to kick him, so we're making progress. We're leaving the loop.
Look, it's 12. It's 12. He's got to go somewhere else to.
We got somewhere else. Yeah.
This show is literally a catalog of Tommy rage quitting.
Yeah. But we made some progress. He left on his own. We didn't have to kick him.
You know, when I told him I was up 2-1, he didn't deny it.
Well, he knew it.
Yeah. Anyway, it was the so we got too far into. I thought we had moved past it like 20 minutes ago, but about the waves and the sun waves, you know, let's be realistic, you know, about those things. And what was that guy talking about next on the video?
Let's go to the clip.
So I'm trying to learn, and you know, it's important to listen to other people too.
We've barely gotten through. Maybe let's see how much of this video I've actually watched as the show concludes. I've watched a complete 9 minutes of Days of Noah during this, and the whole rest. See, that's what I mean. Like the rest of these shows, if you want to call them that, they literally just play videos and let them play with no commentary. If I were to sit here and watch a video, I would have to commentate on top of the video, and I never get through even 9 minutes of it, you know, unless I have clips of shit. Like, there's no way I could even get
you would have to have clips of shit and probably make the clips no more than 5 minutes long at the very maximum.
So much
no
commentary,
300 seconds long.
It allows room to it allows room to see other people's perspectives, and not even their perspective, but just like what they will say in order to either have some sort of defense against openly, respectfully talking about it and trying to figure out any difference, you know, or communicate effectively about whatever the topic is. In this case, it is what it's like. I'm not really good. It's transhumanism, really, right? Is kind of what's being laid out. These things are happening. To which degree, I don't know, but to just run around and be like, yeah, because like I said it. Well, I know it's globes and blahs, and it's like, okay, dude, sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, like it's like what is it, like what did that even have to do with like transhumanism or any of the actual problems that anybody fucking faces, or any of the shit that like this motherfucker Days of Noah was talking about, or anything anybody was talking about? And at the end of the day, like, dude, like, where's the demarcation? Like, I asked you 3 or 4 times, is anybody any clearer on where the demarcation between pseudoscience and the fucking sciences? I mean, fuck the flat earth globe shit. That's more interesting. You know, it's more interesting to figure it out. What's pseudoscience? What's real science? Let's come to a conclusion about it.
Yeah. So that's his Tommy script. He just has flat earth globe as part of his script. You know,
triggered him with that.
That's what he does every time he comes.
The
demarcation point is technology. If you got the technology, well, that stuff is the science. If you don't, it then gets still considered science.
Hey, if I could just throw in my 2 cents on this. So I've always viewed things like psychology as like pseudoscience. So I kind of agree with the direction that Tommy was going, where he said like it's a bunch of shit that leftists are into. Psychology, there are no constants. I mean, I would definitely have to say that if I was going to describe the characteristics of a science, it would have to involve constants or some type of laws, or at least a uniform process. You have none of that in psychology. It's all based on people's opinions or perceptions of, well, I think psychology classifies more like an art in my opinion, because it's all about opinion.
Yes, I strongly agree with you, Cecil, on all points.
And that opinion has wants power, and that opinion, man, that's sometimes people's lives are opinions, dude.
Yeah. Again, this is why it's so delicious to the left-leaning people.
it's easier to just think your opinion is correct rather than if even if it's not even at the scale which you could make a case it is, where people's lives are literally dependent on lies, which are, or you could maybe even call them opinions. And like literally if I can't you listen to any of that, well they can't really listen to any of that. Like it would shatter them. Maybe I'd say mostly like the average person, but like
that's kind of the thing, is like you can't really derail the show because the topic of the subject of the show is too fucking broad. So like even if you try it, like it'll just apply.
Well, we had people that couldn't derail the show. Like Officer Snipes can derail it. That's why he's banned. But it is pretty broad. It's hard to derail.
Yeah, like but I just like go back around and just I think Lanza dropped out there, but yeah, hopefully it comes back because we only got like 15 minutes here. But yeah, let's see what it do.
Primarily on the N of NBIC, nano aspects of R&D. Citrus and the Banatso Institute. Citrus and Banatso Institute is a University of California research center focused on creating IT solutions that generate societal and economic benefits for everyone. This is very important, guys. IT solutions. Our future will be dictated, or should we say, solved by information technology. Hence the importance of telecommunication, 5th gen to 6th gen, 7th gen. The importance and ubiquity of devices, say smart devices, whether they be your damn phone or that little cute watch you got on your wrist. All of these things are meant to connect us to these new types of systems that all require NBIC technology, all being transhumanism technology. Hey, if you're down with transhumanism, you don't got a problem merging machines with your body, have at it, man. A lot of people are down with this stuff and are going to be, but a lot of us aren't. And I think it's more important for people to even know, for people to even be aware of what the heck is going on. You know, this whole idea of informed consent, I mean, it's a lie. There is no informed consent. This is one of the key research centers. We'll be diving into a lot of their research over this year. Citrus, very, very important. We'll also be going into Tufts University, talking about biosynthetics or synthetic biology. Christopher Pister of UC Berkeley, right? Big dog here. Key figure here. Now, no disrespect to this man personally, right? I don't know him. I'm not trying to disrespect the dude, but I am completely against his work and the technologies and ideas he's bringing forth. Not only do we not even know these things are going on, but we have no real influence on their development. They just happen. AI just was thrown upon us in November of 2022. We didn't ask for this. Social media thrown on us. Devices thrown at us. So we become these like reactionary lab rats when you think of this technology, because we never know what's coming, when, and how it's happening and where it's going, at least the general population. And then you consider the fact that who's making these decisions, and then you discover that wow, it's this convergence of the state, biotechnology, big pharma, and the university systems, and as well in cahoots with the banks and media, etc. They're making these decisions. They're pushing the future of humanity forward. It's really disturbing when you think about it. Micro, nano, electromechanical systems control the cybernetic. If we're going to use any word to define what cybernetics are, it would be control. Cybernetics.
Oh shit! See, there he goes with the cybernetics and the control, aspect of things. It's communication within a system. That's cybernetics. How information moves within a system, whether it be a human mind, a human society, an ecology, or a cosmological entity, right? But yeah, he's gotten to that term again, cybernetics, and also biotech, this post-human terminology. We got biotechnology, the merger of man and machine. That's what they're propagating in this world. So, if anybody does know this, and nobody's even, you know, I can actually count on my hands the people that are anti-technology or support that kind of a rhetoric or coming in here and trying to, actually form a critical response to the problems of technology by questioning the use of technology itself. There's almost nobody around that does it. It's hard to even find. Like I said, I can count the people on my hands that even give or offer such a critique, of technology and what it's doing on its own merits, and I guess or the dangers of it. I mean, there's not that many shows out there like Days of Noah's show, I guess, right? There's not that many shows that are critical of technology. The first response is always, well, you're using the technology to broadcast the message. So why are you criticizing the medium you're employing?
Well, you can find those people, but they're nerds. They like technology, but they're the biggest critics because they go rummage through and pick and choose the ones they like and the ones they hate. So the biggest critics are also the biggest pushers, ironically.
To answer chats, not that anything in chat is ever really relevant, but I'm working on being self-employed because frankly, working for people sucks and I don't want to do it anymore. So yeah, I'm contemplating whether or not I need to take out a loan to buy another vehicle.
Yeah,
but
don't tell these people. Who cares about these people are literally the peanut gallery. I don't give a fuck what these people think.
Yeah,
about
me neither.
me or you,
Screw them.
honestly. Yeah, fuck these people. You guys, Cecil's my friend, so if you don't like Cecil, you can go fuck off out of my chat. I literally don't understand what your problem is. But yeah, dude, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You could talk about Cecil, his personal life, none of your fucking business. All you know is you've been watching him for the past few hours, entertained by everything he says. So you could have some gracious attitude if you want to, towards Cecil, instead of or why don't you go fuck off and watch the nonsense on the TV or on the Netflix instead of watching Cecil Drake.
And I get, I mean, I'm not trying to talk about my personal business. The reason why I'm willing to speak about being self-employed is because when you're self-employed, there isn't shit anybody can do to you. You wouldn't ever hear me
at all.
To an extent. It definitely not by comparison to actually working at places. Having an employer that somebody can go talk to and try to freaking, once you're self-employed, you can pretty much talk however you want because you're a self-made man.
Oh, well, that's not true. You have to have you have to be in a community. It's not gonna be any different from this panelverse. So,
well, or you could be offering skills. You could be offering skills that people need, which, by the way, is a big part of the reason why I've been employed as a dishwasher for so long, especially amongst the leftists, because none of them want to do that kind of work. They're all either too fucking lazy or have too big of egos to want to try to do that work. So, I mean, I've always got that I can fall back on, but I'm trying to go in different directions with my life, man. I'm like kind of tired of doing that shit, Anyway.
Yeah. We got right.
Hey, I was a dishwasher. That was my first job as a kid. Working for a Japanese restaurant.
I've never heard that story before, bro. I swear.
Oh, give it to us. Give it to us, Marky.
It's when I was 14 years old. Or 15, yeah. But self-employment's the best way, man. I've been self-employed for 35 years, kind of. I did a little bit of contracting once.
I'm not really going to speak about my current vector right now, but yeah, anyway.
What's wrong with your car?
Nothing. Nothing. I'm just saying I don't really want to talk about what it is that I'm doing right now, but I learned it from an older guy that was living on the street back when I was living on the street, and yeah, I'm eventually going to go to trucking school. That's like, it's not a long-term goal, but it's not a short-term goal either. I just kind of need to get everything established right now where I'm at, which I found out is going to take a lot less time than I thought. So, yeah, I'm just about there, man.
Yeah,
trucking school, that's a good job.
you can usually get a Class A in 6 to 9 weeks. I thought about it for myself, but I don't like driving because I had a very long commute for one job before this one, so I don't like driving.
Well, if there's a big old bunch of money at the end of my commute, that makes the drive worth the while. You know?
I hope so. Just don't do long haul where you have to unload the truck yourself because it's ripping you off.
The trucking industry has kind of like changed. Like a lot of people, again, a lot of people don't like me quoting Tucker Carlson or whatever, but he had a point when he was saying it's the best job for minimally educated males in the country right now, as far as like the amount of effort you put in and the amount of money you get back.
But I don't trust Tucker.
Okay.
He heard that from Mike Rowe, and Mike Rowe's a bullshitter.
Okay. I used to be an over-the-road truck driver, and you go to truck driving school, and then you work for someone else, unless you can buy your own truck, be an owner operator, and you can become a log truck driver, which is local. You can buy your own logging truck, which is what we have around here. And I taught all my kids how to drive a truck, but yeah, there's a outfit right up here around here driving around. It's a truck driving school.
Well, for example, so I'm in the Boise area right now. Okay, and the trucking school for Swift is right up there in Lewiston, so about 300 miles north of me. So I don't know if I want to go that direction. I had a buddy of mine that went with their sister company, Knight. Matter of fact, there's a Knight truck right there, that red rig that's coming towards me. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, you can basically live in your truck. You just haul stuff around for a couple of years until you got enough experience, and then you can move on to a bigger company. That's what most people do.
Yeah. If you get a job working for someone, they pay you by the mile, and then but if you have your own truck, you get way much more. But then you got to maintain your own truck, so it's one or the other.
Yeah, maintain your own truck, and it's gonna be hard. Yeah, to get coverage for when you're sick or want to take vacation. That's
it depends on who you drive for. Some people pay better, so you normally can't get a good job for like Knights or like a refrigerated company or something unless you got experience. And so you got to start out with and they're still around they start out new drivers. I forget the name of that company. They're still around. They're always newbie drivers. And I started out with people, but yeah. Anyway, you're only about 500 miles south of me. I'm right north of you. And if you want to come up here, I'll teach you how to drive.
Yeah,
but,
I think you take that, Rock, Cecil.
And I'm actually operating a stick right now. Like I kind of know what I'm doing already, but I mean, I kind of want to see what the trucking school has to offer, because damn, $3.15 a gallon, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm pulling into a Flying J right now. You know, as you can see, this, you know, the Boise area is a big trucking type situation, and you know, I'm sure I can.
Dude,
Get out there.
315 a gallon is that would be, if you would translate that to liters and euros, that would
No,
be
we didn't. Yeah. This
I
is
mean,
America.
I know, but
Yeah.
if you would translate that to euros and liters, that would be a dream, dude. That would cut our prices in half.
Damn,
Okay.
you're being ripped off.
Dude,
You
Central
tell me.
Oregon?
You tell me. Yeah, you tell me.
Central Oregon, where I just came from, it was like $4 a gallon.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on a major highway now, so everything's cheaper here. Also, once you get off the West Coast, like get away from those West Coast states, the speed limit on the freeway is like a lot more. Like I'm doing 80 and people are passing me and shit.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
So
miles per hour.
yeah. So, you know, it's posted at 80 when you go into city limits is 65, but people still drive faster than that. And, you know, there's a lot of advantages to not being on the West Coast. Just, you know, I'm glad I made this move. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to be tiddling around. And then, what's up, Voynich?
Yeah, are you streaming somebody else's stream, pretending that you are a trucker now?
No, I'm driving around a truck stop.
Yep, it's him.
Okay. Nice.
No, I'm actually driving around a truck stop. This is actually my hand in front of the camera. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let me get over here to where the gas price is posted so you guys can see that.
Yeah, it's always cheaper at a truck stop.
Yeah, it is.
Get out, jump out of your truck. I mean, your van or whatever. Go ask an owner operator. Ask an owner operator.
I believe Cecil. Cecil. Okay.
Cecil, jump out of your van. Go ask an owner operator if he train you to drive, and you'll be his co-driver. Normally, when you first start trucking, you start out with a co-driver, an experienced driver, drive around for a while. But a lot of owner operators, they might need a co-driver, might be willing to train you. I don't know, probably not. He doesn't know.
Right, that's called a mentorship. What area are 500 miles north of me is Coeur d'Alene. Are you on the Panhandle?
I'm 90 miles north of Coeur d'Alene.
Damn, dude. Yeah, that's
15
that's
miles
like
from the Canadian border.
Right.
There's a lot of logging up here.
Right. Yeah, dude, I'm planning on being up in Montana this summer because I have friends up there. So, yeah, maybe I'll swing by your way then. But for right now, I'm just, you know, doing my thing over here. I'm going to be getting, yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'll go north when it cools down.
Well, see, up here, learning to drive a truck, you can maybe get on with the logger. Like I know some loggers around here that got a lot of trucks, and they might teach you to drive because it's because they're always looking for young guys to to become a truck driver because I need drivers and stuff.
So diesel
It's
is more
easier than
expensive.
trying to, and it's
guys,
easier
sorry.
than trying to be an over-the-road truck driver because that takes more experience. And you're just driving up in the woods, picking up logs, and you're not a hazard to a bunch of people. So you're learning how to drive a truck in the woods. So it's like easier to get some experience maybe.
And so for you guys, it's diesel is more expensive than than actual
Petrol.
gas.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It didn't always used to be that way.
No, it used to be the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the diesel market is like fluctuates more than the regular petrol market.
Yeah. And in my country, you know, it used to be diesel used to, the way I remember it, diesel used to be like half the price almost, and now it's only 10 cents less. But in your country, it's more. That's weird to me. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well, and you've got like region. It's regional too. You know, so you got different prices. But yeah, I mean,
it depends on the regulations and the rules, right? The taxes.
It depends on how much the state charges.
Yeah.
So each state will charge a different, and then it also, like up here, it depends on, like if you live in the boonies, it always costs more. Because they have to afford it, and our gas costs like it's $4.50 a gallon.
Here he is again, just because of the map. Oh my God, Lumatami obsessed.
Yeah, he's obsessed. He's obsessed.
What is this, Lumatami? We used to have
he's
conversations
become a globy,
about,
dude. He's becoming a globy. He's becoming a globy.
We used to have talks about so many different subjects, and now it's just one subject.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That obsessive compulsive disorder is strong with this one.
Yeah.
But like we used to talk about so many different subjects, Lumatami. Now it's just one subject. That's what I think is garbage, Holmes. Like,
it's symptomatic. It's symptomatic.
Shit. What? I didn't fall off. Man, I never fell off. I've been rising to the top, Holmes. I don't know what you was referring to about my fall. This great fall I had. I must have missed it. I don't
know. You don't like my flat earth or something? You don't like my map? Where's that map at? That map right there.
I think he's gonna come up. I think he must click the link.
I'm about to show.
I think the stream.
Too bad I gotta go.
Needs some Illumitami.
I gotta go, Illumitami. So my bad, Holmes. I mean, you know, but yeah, dude. Maybe next time. You know, well, tomorrow night I'm coming on again. So you know, see y'all tomorrow. Right now I gotta run to the congregational prayer. Go to my grandmother's grave. But yeah, I don't know who else just fell out there. Somebody else was on the screen with us.
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck was that? I forget.
Cecil.
Oh yeah, Cecil. Okay, yeah, Cecil. Have a blessed day. If you don't come up, Illumitami is sworn again to not come on the Machine Lives. We know that's just, you know, it's just gonna. He'll return at some point.
You know. That will only last for so long, you know.
Exactly.
See you later.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Yeah, thanks for joining us. You got anything to say to these people?
Don't trust the machine.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Bless you, brother. Yeah, thank you.
Wow,
we got
those are some Oh, Cecil came back.
I got
I'm
Cecil
just gonna squeak out here like it's nothing.
for sure, for sure, boy. Yeah, see you tomorrow night. Here on the Machine Lies, and also in our private correspondences. Hopefully, you know what I mean. With all you guys, Cecil, I sent you a message on Discord. I was wondering if
Okay.
you're chilling, but yeah, man, bless you, man. Anyways, man,
And
yeah, man.
don't forget to donate at the Machine Lies. His hashtag is on the ticker at the bottom of the channel here. And also you can donate to my personal gas money fund, which is taking place right here at the bottom underneath my name right there, Apocalypse Fetish. And hopefully in the future, everything will work out.
Apocalypse Fetish. You know what I mean? That's such a poignant title, honestly. You know, Machine Lies and Apocalypse Fetish. You know what I mean? Apocalypse Fetish. It is what it is.
It
you know?
is. Apocalypse is a relative term. Some of us are already in it.
Damn. That's a good closer. Honestly, that's a dope closer on some real shit. Like, yo,
I gotta get back to it right now, man. I gotta get back to the apocalypse right now.
Bless you, Cecil, man. Thank you, man. I'll talk to you soon and see you tomorrow night.
See you tomorrow night.
Yeah, thank you, brother. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I'm gonna play some of the old video I was playing for you guys the other day. So you guys want to stick around and hear some of my lecture here. But yeah, it's been a very instructive, collaborative morning. I thank everybody for showing up on panel. Voy, Illumitami, Cecil Drake. We had lots of people. Rock E. We have Browns Boy representing out here, out in the northwestern area, Midwest. But yeah, bless you guys, man. We're all out here for you guys. And tomorrow night we'll be here. On the channel. My camera cut out several times. We'll have to fix this glitch on the fucking StreamYards, and see what it is. But yeah, I love you guys. I dream about you guys. I fantasize about all of you. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, I hope you never leave me. I'm obsessive about you guys. At this point, I need you in my life. I'm not going to leave you alone. I'm going to follow you everywhere you go. And I've been watching you. So, I just want to make that clear. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I love each and every one of you, brothers and sisters. Thank you guys, man. Bless you guys, man. Pray with your boy. You know what I mean? And come up and talk to the brothers sometimes. You know what I mean? Even if you disagree. Even if you guys disagree. I love a good disagreement, as you've seen. You know what I'm saying? I really do. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. And I'll talk to you guys very, very soon. Just a day away. And then we'll be taking a break. On Sunday, we're going to do a marathon of interviews that I did. So, I took the other interview off the channel. So we're going to do a interview marathon. It's going to be fun, so we'll see what it is. But yeah. Yeah, thank you guys. Check out some of this music. Oh, wait, I was going to play some of my show. Hold on. Let me put some of the show on for you guys first. Let me put some of the show on for you guys first, and then I'll play the music. Okay? Talk to you guys soon on the Machine Lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? The first step to getting out of the matrix beast system, seeing it for what it is, right? Seeing what's going on here, right? But yeah, let me play some of this stuff that I did the other day. I'm reading about Nietzschean philosophy. Yeah. Bless you guys. Talk to you all soon. Style message, but also finds itself within the dogmatic push of 16th and 17th century thought as well within European civilization. And here he talks about this in paragraph 207. He says, however gratefully we may welcome an objective spirit, and is there anyone who has been more mortally sick of everything subjective and of his accused epistemosity? Uh, that's a word coined by Nietzsche. In the end, we have to learn caution against our gratitude and put a halt to exaggerated manner in which the unselfing and depersonalization of the spirit is being celebrated nowadays. And this is in the 17th century he's talking about. So imagine what he would think today about the depersonalization of the spirit that's being celebrated, as if it were the goal itself, and redemption and transfiguration. This is particularly characteristic of the pessimist school, which also has good reasons for according to the highest honors to quote unquote disinterested knowledge, unquote. Yeah, to disinterested knowledge, he says. Sorry, disinterested knowledge. This is objective thought. The objective person who no longer curses the scolds like the pessimist, the ideal scholar in whom the scientific instinct, after thousands of total and semi-failures, for once blossoms and blooms to the end, is certainly one of the most precious instruments there are. But he belongs in the hand of one more powerful. He is only an instrument. Let us say he is a mirror. He has no quote unquote end in himself. The objective man is indeed a mirror. He is accustomed to submit before whoever wants to be known, without any other pleasure than that found in knowing and quote unquote mirroring. He waits until something comes and then spreads himself out tenderly, lest light footsteps and the quick passage of spirit-like beings should be lost on his plane and skins. And he blames a loss of seriousness. He has lost seriousness for himself, also time. He is cheerful not for the lack of distress, but for the lack of fingers and handles for his need. If love and hatred are wanted for him, he says later, I mean love and hatred as God, woman, and animal understand them, he will do what he can and give what he can. But one should not be surprised if it is not much, if just here he proves inauthentic, fragile, questionable, and worm-eaten. His love is forced. His hatred is artificial, and rather un tour de force, a little vanity and exaggeration. After all, he is genuine only insofar as he may be objective. And we see that a little bit today. And we'll go on a little bit to critique what he says. He says, for the skeptic, being a delicate creature, is frightened all too easily. His conscience is trained to quiver at every no. Indeed, at every yes that is decisive and hard, and to feel as if it had been bitten Yes and no, that goes against his morality. Conversely, he likes to treat his virtues to a feast of noble abstinence. Say to repeating Montaigne's "What do I know?" question. Or Socrates, "I know that I know nothing." Or quote, "Here I don't trust myself. Here no doer is open to me," unquote. Or quote, "Even if one were open, why enter right away?" Unquote. Or quote, "What use are all rash hypotheses? Entertaining no hypotheses at all might as well be part of good taste. Must you insist on immediately straightening what is crooked, on filling up every hole with oakum? Isn't there time? Doesn't time have time? Oh, you devilish brood, are you incapable of waiting? The uncertain has its charms, they'll say. The uncertain has its charms too. Of course, this is the man of objectivity. He's always got more time, you know, to figure it out. The man of progress always has more time. But here in 208, he says the time is running out. Its compulsion to large scale politics is at hand. And we go on to some more of Nietzsche's statements here. We find him say, whether it is the hedonist, whether it is hedonism or pessimism, utilitarianism or eudaimonism, this is Aristotelian, the Aristotelian morality, eudaimonism. All these ways of thinking that measure the value of things in according with pleasure and pain, which are mere epiphenomenon and wholly secondary, are ways of thinking that stay in the foreground, and naivete on which everyone conscious of creative powers and an artistic conscience will look down, not without derision nor without pity with you. That, of course, is not pity in your sense. It is not pity with social quote unquote distress, with quote unquote society and its sick and unfortunate members, with those addicted to vice and maimed for the from the start. Though the ground around us is littered with them, it is even less with grumbling, solely pressed, rebellious slave strata who long for dominion, calling it quote unquote freedom. Our pity is a higher and more far-sighted pity. We see how man makes himself smaller, how you make him smaller, and there are moments when we behold your very pity with indescribable anxiety. When we resist this pity, when we find your seriousness more dangerous than any frivolity, you want, if possible, and there is no more insane, quote unquote, if possible, to abolish suffering. And it really seems that we would rather have it higher and worse than ever, well being as you understand it. That is no goal. That seems to us an end, a state that soon makes man ridiculous and contemptible, makes his destruction desirable, he says. So he blames these democratic values here for doing that to man. And we move on to other critiques here of Nietzsche. And he does go against the socialists, the anarchists, the pessimists, the nihilists. All of these groups he turns against in his work, Beyond Good and Evil. He says, our Europe of today, being the arena of an absurdly sudden attempt at radical mixture of classes and hence races, is therefore skeptical in all heights and depths, sometimes with a mobile skepticism, which leaps impatiently and lasciviously from branch to branch, sometimes dismal like a cloud overchanged with question marks, and often mortally sick of its will, paralysis of the will, where today does one not find this crippled sitting, and often in such finery, how seductive the finery looks. This disease enjoys the most beautiful pomp and lie costumes. Most of what today displays itself and showcases for the objectivity, quote unquote, being scientific, quote unquote, la art pour art, which is art for the sake of art, I assume, he says, or pure knowledge free of will, unquote, is merely dressed up skepticism and paralysis of the will. For this diagnosis of the European sickness, I vouch. The sickness of the will is spread unevenly over. So we can suppose, with the advent of popular culture, that many new ideas are coming into frame. When we were kids, I was witnessing a movie that everybody probably has seen called Chucky the doll that goes around and stabs people. But one of the pretexts of the story in the movie is the doll is created by magic, which is a very interesting theme. Also, the theme of the doll being a dangerous item created, mass produced on a mass scale, and being by chance put into the hands of a child. Unbeknownst to him, it is a tool of magic, a tool created by black magic, and a
Receive the mission from intelligence, very relevant for the cause. To decipher devil's plans and his man-made laws, I pause. When I saw several fouls and photos impatiently prancing, waiting to set it on Gracie Mansion. The 3-star general, ST saw subliminal shit that make black niggas react like they criminals. Threw on fatigues, rucksack strapped and all, then came the entrain so I can head for City Hall. You all through with ball do, come through with the C4. Needed diversion, so I made a detour. B4, cops start walking up on they detour. Bullets praise me, niggas is crazy like feed more. Need more times master illusion. Trapped behind enemy lines in my utter confusion. Bomb set, about to jet, but I didn't realize that enemy was right behind me with a fucking tranquilizer. When I woke up to this burning sensation, devils torturing me, asking the rock for information. It was war.
We had one champion.
They'll never get me. My twin big ruck would never snitch, please. I got a one-way ticket to the joint to break my neck free. I'm already pissed because he could be dead, but if he is, then the very ground we stand on is going to split. See, plan A heavily fell under like fallout shelters. Plan B declare helter skelter. A tracker mode. I can smell this under my road to the north soul. That's where a pitiful speed ahead before this bomb explode. Without a pause, I plot a pause, a video in for reinforcements. Tell them I'm going in. Ain't no false alarm and bring all your arms in. Back to bomb squad, they never knew. But the day the devil dies, move the hands of God.
Save yourself. We have him accomplished in our sights as I see. We want the land. The land is all.
I'm moving swiftly, but I ain't there yet. Chicken and every soldier sleeping silently. I snap his neck and bounce. Approach the targeted vicinity with the quickness and step to my businesses. I scale a tree and snipe 3 witnesses. That's 4 down. 3 out, but sound now. I'm getting to my destination. Trucks getting closer to cremation. Slow down my pacement. I keep them near the devil's clones. Sit behind a van, force a gas, tap to leave them zone. Drop